All right, welcome. Joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it for Group 9 session 42.
Group 9.
You buddy.
Thanks for joining us today as we watch the intrepid adventurers stumble through the marshes of Unveiling, strike at Rugash, the Black Dragon. So, going through a couple details, just highlighting our adventures so far. We ended up at the Ivrai. The Ivrai were a kind of a cohort of rangers, almost like various ranger groups that came together to form the Ivrai. They were like people that were here prior to what the marshes was, right? The Wood of Red, and so their objective really was to try to instigate ambush tactics, try to dismantle the operation, which was capturing the Fey creatures, capturing Thixians, and turning them to undead. That's what the Ivrai had been doing, been fighting this kind of this very it's almost this battle through the junk, the marsh and the swamp and the grass, and being really secretive and elusive, that kind of thing. They've maintained this kind of almost like an island, little fort there. They've built some structures up. They've maintained some food, right? Livestock. They're probably going outside for other sources as well. You can imagine rangers with this aptitude are probably able to navigate outside of the marsh, hunt the mountains to the north, right? Maybe to the coast to the west there. So you met a character known as Theron. They seem to be the leader of this cohort. You also met a Garen, which seems to have been creating this distraction for you on the west side of Trillia's hut. Now, something that is standing out here is that, well, we're on the interpretation that there was a site location that we're after, a great beam of light. And we kind of put in realm of where that was on the map, and it stands, hey honey, I'm working, go. It's beautiful, sweet. It's beautiful. All right. So it stands to reason that fort, according to Theron, they destroyed it, right? It's gone. So where exactly is it in the rubble of that? Is it something? Is it moved away? Where exactly is it at? And that's something that we might have a question of. And because Trillia's hut that we're attacking is just is along the actual wood line, which is due south of where the fort was, that the Ivrai Rangers had taken out. According to the time clock, you've had 3 days of night, and then you've had 1 day of day, right? So today is the day of day, and you've made work with that. And that has been, and this is what the Rangers have already said, this is the best time to attack Trillia's Rangers, because they can go invisible in darkness. So they can just ghost out, you'll never be able to see them. And so you've been able to come around here using this trail that Garen and Theron had told you about, and using that trail upon docking and getting through. You've just fought a few of these rangers, and you pretty much have a straight line in the direction of that hut. So we ended the session with one of the characters, Jax. Kill one of the rangers. You went over there. You decided to move the body. Okay. I ended up on a cliffhanger. And as that breathless movement you see as they pick themselves up, an undead zombie. And you might be asking, are we going to go to combat? And no, I'm not going to make y'all guys go back into combat to kill some zombie creatures. Jax, are you going to dispatch the zombie that you have grappled on the grass and the ground here that is just beginning to take some beginning movements? Big turn to an undead.
No, I'll just leave and join the rest of the party and tell them what happened.
Okay.
When I was trying to hide the body.
Okay.
I don't think there's any reason to kill a zombie that might raise even more suspicion.
So, Jax, you quickly dispatch this one, probably on the way. Maybe see a couple more rise. You're able to quickly put an end to them. Then catch up with the rest of your party on the backs of the wolves. In no time at all, you begin to head in the direction of north. Towards the wood line, you're able to move along the trail. Heading in some very thick brush, you have a stream that is flowing, most likely in the direction of Crumpled Lake, which is across the grass a few miles, and which is away from Julia's hut. That is when you begin to smell smoke. You begin to see faint light that emanates upon a cliff face where the stream is rolling slightly downwards. Now, you pick yourselves from that position. You're going down a little bit of a ways, and the waterway is changing. And so it's kind of coming back towards you now as it wraps back around upon itself slightly in the east side. And you're able to kind of look up just below the site. What lies is Trulia's hut. As you crouch into the foliage, some of the trees being desiccated, torn, and corrupted, others actually stand with some vibrancy in this particular area within the wood, now transitioning to the grassland. The trail you find seems to be decently used, most likely by the rangers that navigate away from this hut, either on the south side or the trail on the north side, which was told to you by Garen. The waterway rolling back is kind of coming towards you, and then it's going to round back upon itself and kind of headed north. You have heavy cover here. In fact, you have quite a bit of cover all the way in the direction of where that light source is emanating, and a shrill old lady appears to be moving a giant spatula spoon inside of a bubbling cauldron. The variety of mixture of supplies placed upon tables neatly. It is as what was described by Theron. It's exactly somebody who would be powerful to make potions, somebody that would be character that is made away from their home. The fort that was theirs has been destroyed, and so all of the reagents, their supplies, things of new cultivation is fresh and open, such as a homestead. There are two structures. There is a living quarters, a straw thatch, most likely for the rangers on the west side, next to the small garden area that's being cultivated to make very strange, interesting plants. And then there is a terraced hut that sits on top of a scaffolding tower, so it's a tree hut, if you will. Right, not a tree house, I suppose, but same thing. And that scaffolding and that wooden planks, as it wraps around, there are a scant amount of rangers up there, just observing. Now, the fog is thick, and it rolls through here. Intents and purposes with the movement of the water, some of that fog is alleviated, increasing your sight lines to be able to see those rangers on top of the walkways. There is not much of an escape on the other side. There's water where the river is kind of moving back around itself, and that trail that crosses just due north gets quite thick and brushed, and it's very shallow. An escape route due north would be one direction, whereas on the south side, you have a large amount of movement to the south, west, east, as well as west around that living quarters structure, where you can see very slightly some of the open thatch of the windows have bunkhouse, kind of hammocks, structures such as that. Relatively unprotected. It's unpaused.
And I'll say in the mental link, I'm just gonna say, are we just gonna bum rush it like we planned?
This
Yeah.
looks far too simple.
I like simple.
Over
And probably a
over the
large-
link, you're gonna hear "Watch out for invisible rangers."
Well, that's only a darkness. So, odds
Based
are
on-
there's probably more resources inside or reinforcements inside the house.
Based on our previous experience with hags, if she is a hag, everything is likely not what it appears.
Mm-hmm.
So am I going in full throttle, or should I wait a bit to see if things are what they are?
Go on in.
Go on
You guys
in.
had too
You
much
guys had too
talking
much
time.
I already knew Donald was moving.
Okay, full throttle it is.
Okay. I'm going to move you right where your
Nope.
cursor's at. So we have it paused, letting you have your movement run up here. It looks like Claire and Donlin at the back of Togdog have ran up.
Claire the
Trail.
unwilling right now.
Jank's following suit. The rest of you three putting you in that bottom position, basing it off of where your drag rulers were kind of moving at that point. And then I moved you hip just because I want you to be slow in the roll, I suppose. The Rangers kind of turning and looking down with the bows slightly, putting arrows into them and pulling them back. You see as the humanoid that is bubbling this cauldron of goodies. It's their head up and they look at you.
It's about time!
Been expecting us.
Of course I have been expecting you.
Well, then you should know what's coming next, right?
Oh! Wait one moment, dear.
If you will. As you run up, they look towards you.
Defenseless old hag here. I make no illusion.
You see under their humanoid appearance with the true sight, they are purplish hag, many sort of druidic primordial runes across the flesh, draping garments of rags that are very similar to the humanoid appearance. They make no disguise of the clothes that they currently have. Look towards you. Many amphibian frogs, killed, gutted to the north side of Buchanan. The bodies still linger. The Rangers have not fired an arrow. Seems as though Trilly has not told them to, perhaps. Put the hands.
Yeah, we've
You
killed your
could-
kind before.
Cut me down. You have. You've killed my kind. What was their name?
What's her name? Yelissa. She was a pain in my ass.
Yeah, that was the one. Well,
So I
know you're not
what you look like.
All of her sisters.
You may as well show your true form. Make my life easy.
If you will cut me down, then you will not find what it is you have come for. There's only a
Dragon?
few people in this world that can cross this fog without being plagued by mindless feeblement. You're not the only ones who saw the Pillar of Light. Yelissa was one of my sisters. Traitorous bitch. Didn't take long for the secrets to be sold out to the Evrai. How to get into my fort. Explosives hidden in some reagents. Taken unawares by my ranger. Kaboom. You can cut me down. We can do this right here, right now. And you may not find what it is you have come for. Mister.
Came for the dragon. I'm pretty sure he can just call it.
Dragon. Rugash. A bastard. Crazy one.
Seems to be a lot of that going around.
Turning rangers into those things. Like, he's the crazy one.
Do you think that I'm the one responsible for creating charm-dominated rangers that serve my every bidding?
Yes.
Do I have the power of a god?
What precisely are you responsible for? Besides this hut.
Very little, I'm afraid. That which was taken from me. I am a creature from the Feywild, the bogs of Ilka. My covet is from there. We're able to hitch a ride in secret for a new life. Of course, as time will tell, we were not successful. And once again, the Fairleon marched to hunt us down. We made no attempt in harming the Thixian people. There was bounty in the Wood of Red for all. It's a long time ago. And in the spirits of my sisters who sacrificed themselves, there was only one that survived. But that is all we care about. One of us lives, then we all live. Ulissa was one such. They wanted to take the spirits for themselves. They took a number of them. They attempted to consume them to try to travel back. I told them it was nonsense. They wouldn't believe me. So, I hunted them. With my new gifts. More like a curse, if you ask me. In service to a god. And bending the knee to a dragon. I do not have the power to stop either. And for my survival, I do what must be done.
Well, if you cannot control the dragon and you did not create these ranges, what is it that this god wants from by the making you bend the knee in the first place?
The talents
useful
that
in some
I
way.
possess. Knowledge, I'm afraid. Fine, sir. Hold many secrets and knowledge in my mind. Magic and power that is innate to my kind. Do not believe the god fears me. I think it was the knowledge that they needed to do what they have to do. Charming, dominating, plaguing the mind. The fog itself was empowered by the thoughts that I gave. Unwilling.
You have knowledge a god doesn't have? Gods knew all.
Well, mine
It's
did.
not how that works.
Religion and gods are weird.
So what you're saying is that if we don't kill you right here, you'll help us kill Grugash? And if we take care of the congruence thingy thingamabobs, the god?
I have no dabble in business of killing the Black Dragon. Of course, relieving myself of a master would be quite nice. For this, I will aid you. But I dare not confront the Black Dragon. I carry many souls on board that need me to survive.
Can I carry a soul? That sounds cool.
No,
Oh,
because it will
yeah,
try to
we
possess you,
will
most
do that.
likely. And I don't believe you have the will to beat away my sisters. I think they will make good use of you.
I had the will to beat your last one. You kept throwing spells at me and they didn't hit me. I mean, your sisters can't be all that strong.
Maybe in an individual sense, I suppose. But together, you'll be no match. And let me assure you, they will not try to harm your body in any means. They will most likely try to pleasure themselves. For a long time.
Gross.
Yeah, I guess it has been about a week.
I believe she meant for them.
Oh,
It just went over. Just over that.
Man, that was like 30,000 feet over your
Yeah.
head, my guy.
no, I caught it. I just, that's Donald. Donald would have caught that.
So about this pillar of light then.
Of course. An obelisk. An artifact of great power. It was deep within my treasury. Discovered. Underneath the fort. I studied it for a time. My books and notes ruined. But I can assure you, it is a language like none other. It speaks in a pattern. Never got the damn thing to work. But I believe there's power there. And seeing that light shine. And then through the whispers of my master that there was enemies afoot. No. Less than a week later, in the sense of outside time to now. Coincidence? I think not.
Pillar of light shot up. Did it uncover the obelisk, or did the fort blow up after that?
The fort blew up long before. The light that shined through. Splintered rock and stone. No. The ruins remain the same. I have tasked some of my rangers to dig out the caravan. The cavern, sorry. And some of my treasury found. There was
So you say
also a
treasury?
path, I suppose. Yes, of course, treasury. What do you think was buried underneath this historic tower? It was a bank. Spoils. With many riches. Was able to recover some. Anyway, the network, the singular tunnel, as it weaves across an underground river created from blast. It's likely still there, and something that is connected to what you hunt. Black dragon. See, below my fort, I had a path to reach the dragon's lair. Provide wisdom. While I uncovered the obelisk in my excavation, I was able to uncover this waterway. Surely it will lead you to the Black Dragon.
And all of that is currently buried underneath the ruins of your former abode.
Simple
What
work.
progress have they made digging it all out?
Time here functions differently. For the Rangers of Ivrai, the destruction of my fort, for you, it happened in a short span, but here, quite long ago. And with an army of Rangers at my disposal, I said, dig away. I found that obelisk to be quite precious indeed. And of course, finding a path to it was necessary. There is an opening. A small cave. Mining shaft. Constructed due north of here, between the fort and the hut. That is where we will enter it and find it.
Did you say we?
Well, of course. I've been there before. And of course I will go with you again.
How do we know you won't just like get us to Grugash and the obelisk and then turn on us and then immediately we have to fight you and a dragon?
I've already told you I'm not going to go with you to Grugash. If you wish to take the river and follow it into the direction of the dragon's lair, then you are more than welcome to. But I will at least permit you entrance. And I will take you to this obelisk. For I am quite curious. I never got the damn thing to work.
How do you know we can make it work?
I don't. But I know one thing. You're humanoids, without any remarkable descent from this place, and yet you are not crazy.
That's debatable.
So either you have
Yeah.
powerful magical enchantments about your own minds, or there's something in you that is protecting you.
Well, she's been gracious enough to tell us exactly where it is and how to get to it and how to get to the dragon. Donna, if you'd like to hit her now, I believe that's as much as we're going to get out of her.
I agree.
Well, before we catch
Okay.
her, hang on. Before we hit her, Lance, you tracked all that. You're the ranger, so you know exactly where we're going.
Yeah.
I don't want to kill her, and then we'd be lost and not actually know. That'd be kind of
You
problem.
couldn't trust. You couldn't trust it to not lead you into a trap anyway.
That's
Well,
my
exactly.
concern.
The useful direction is as much as we're gonna get.
Same
True.
direction we were gonna go anyway. So if we don't find it, we're going to the Sultoric Tower. Like, it's not that hard.
I mean, we know what's underneath the fortress if we have to dig it out ourselves. So, yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough. All right,
Well,
Donlin.
raise my axe.
Okay. You raise your axe. They look towards you, just raise the axe.
So be it.
You see as they motion their hand to the right. Everyone initiatives. And again, if you do want the wolves into the initiative counter, you can roll them if that's what you wish, but they will just simply function as mounts and they tie into your own initiative. So, is everyone rolled up? Looks like it. Here
Pops up because I'm about to get off.
we go.
Yeah, I should probably do.
Oh, we went around the
Roll
horn
the
there. Huh?
same thing.
Oh my god. Yeah, we'll just go to round 2. It'll be fine. All right, everyone good?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Jax, you're up.
All right. Well, I'm going to use my newfound bow, target the hag, and utter the magic words: "Swift death to you who have wronged me."
Speak
And
the
I'm going
words, the bow
to.
begins to glow. The arrow pulls itself into the bow without you doing anything.
Oh baby, I love my new toy. And then I'm going to shoot the hag.
Okay. You fire 10. Ooh, my god.
What the
Doesn't he
hell?
get advantage?
What?
Yeah, so it doesn't
I-
the bow
I
give you
do.
advantage against paper
Yeah, it
foe?
should have
Yeah.
advantage, but it didn't.
Well, there's no auto. It can't
Well, you
auto.
have to
I
hold
can't
it.
automate that.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
that's
I
true.
was just
That's
saving
true.
him before he forgot.
No, I remembered. I was looking
Yeah,
for it.
you
I'll
just
roll a
fire it.
D20.
Just fire it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so 13 plus so 73, 20. 20 will hit. Go ahead and we got 8 points of damage. You also didn't roll the other. You didn't hold down O.
36.
It didn't roll the 3d6.
You gotta hold.
Roll
I'm
the
gonna
sneak
teach you how to use it next time, so that way we get it right. But
Okay.
it's okay.
Alright,
go
so
ahead. Go ahead and roll your 3d6, but also just roll your sneak attack damage as well. Just combine it all together. So
That's what, 4d6?
3d6
For sneak
plus.
attack?
Your sneak attack is 46.
Hold on.
You're
I'm looking
How
now.
many? How many? Your rogue 7?
I'm thinking 7. I'm thinking 7
Yeah, it's
total
4d6.
d6.
Yeah,
I think
46.
it's rogue 7.
Yeah, so
So,
go to roll
yeah,
76.
I thought I had the math right.
Yeah, you're good. I aim to confuse you further, Dustin.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. It's fine.
You do 31 points of piercing damage. Magical as it pin flies through it as arcs over and down, and then right into the shoulder.
And I'll end my turn sitting there. It's fine.
Right. Then your turn. You see as Lee Shirley holds up the hand, begins to send out a wave of ghastly plumed magic, and in the garden there is a hag that begins to emerge from the conjuring as it begins to form. It is now going to be entering into initiative here. Okay. Now, in the next order here, we have one of the rangers. This ranger is going to move up, not necessarily a sight line to see you down at the angle, so they have to come to the edge of the railing there. And they are going to be aimed at shooting Todzog. They're going to be firing down with the bow. First attack here is going to be a natural 1. That might make sense here. Next attack is going to be a natural 20.
He's shielding that.
Okay, you're going to take it yourself.
No, Runic Shield is just going to force him to reroll.
Just a reroll? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do the manual rule there. All All right. I don't think that one's going to hit. He's at 17 or 18 AC, right?
18, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that one's not going to hit on the reroll there. And then the last attack is going to be the Dread Ambusher attack here, and that is also going to be a miss. That is the end
Try to hit my
of
wolf.
the Ranger's turn. Kanan, you are up next.
All right. Wow. What's their elevation? Those two.
Yeah, let me go ahead and I'm going to put their elevation into this so it actually makes sense. And I'll round to the 20 actually on this. And then I will also put elevation onto this one, and I will round up to that. Okay. So that's from your level currently.
Yeah. All right. So I am going to dismount from Todzog.
Todzog is mine.
I mean, Fluskier. I said his name a lot. I don't know if flying off the back of him saves me the dismount cost, but either way. I've got 40 feet. So I'll move here.
It is a true question, isn't it?
Because if you can literally just levitate off the back,
Levitate off of it. I think it's more or less like getting out of the saddle is what it's referring to.
He's going to hit the hag with an empowered, amplified tentacle strike.
Okay. 23 is going to hit. You're going to do 16 points of damage. And as your tentacle whips through and hits them, it kind of crashes in, and they kind of stand and look towards you. They are real in some sense. They are not simply an illusion. It is kind of more like a conjuration than it is an illusion magic.
And we'll pull her 5 feet in front of him.
Like there?
Yeah, that's fine. And then he's going to follow up with a regular tentacle strike.
Let's go.
Not
Nat
amplified.
20.
Should have amped it.
19. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
And that's going to end his turn.
All right, ending turn. I believe we now come to the wolf. Did you roll Isga?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
All right, so you're gonna have to. So Isga's still there, but you can have
Yeah.
Isga's turn now if you so choose. If that's the case, just be mindful on your turn. You can't do anything with Isga.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna. Can I put them after me?
We can do that. Let me go ahead and cycle
Or-
back. Usually at the beginning of combat, that's the ruling I usually say is at the beginning of combat. If you want to edit it, it's fine. Do you want it right after you?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to make things go smoother for everyone.
That's fine.
Sorry.
All right, we now come to this ranger here. This ranger is going to take 5 feet forward, just get over the railing, look down towards you, Caden, and they're going to fire their bow. This is going to be a 24. You have resistance to physical damage? Nope. So 24 is going to hit you. That is going to deal 13 points of piercing damage to you on the first arrow. They knock back another. If they send another arrow out, 15 is going to be a miss. As you lower your kind of pauldron down. And then 26, which is the Dread Ambusher, is going to hit. And rolling the d8 for the Dread Ambusher there, you're going to take 14 total points of damage on the last strike. They fire a successive 1, 2, 3, sending arrows down range. We now come to this sister here. The sister is point blank with you, Caden. And they're going to be casting magic. Do you have any features for that? Let's see, just to be safe.
Depending on what she casts.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. They're going to send out a chain lightning.
Oh, then yeah, definitely.
You muted halfway through your sentence?
They're sending chain lightning.
No, I was talking to Adam.
Oh, yes,
Oh.
I definitely have something for that. I will use energy resistance. Natural 20. Again.
Damn.
Oh.
Adam, I'm just gonna say I love the rules for this group, but you might want to save some for tomorrow afternoon's group.
That's how it goes.
We're fine tomorrow.
Refill my application.
Okay, so I need saving throws for Brunda, Vluskir, and Isga.
They all have advantage, right? Because they're wolves.
That's
wolves.
great. They have advantage. The wolves. They got it.
Makes sense to me.
It makes sense. All right. So Kanan, you are going to half and half. So you're going to only take 10 points of lightning damage, and then make sure to put 4 back to your amplify points there. Now coming to the wolves here, it looks like we have 41 total points of lightning, and that is going to go to 2 of the wolves here, and then one of the wolves is able to save, and they're going to only take 20. So as they're electrocuted, what happens here, Kanan, is you're going to be point blank, Darcidius style. So it comes directly through your armor, kind of zigs and bounces and arcs, and then that is going to form into one successful beam and strike low into the wolves when all of you kind of raised up, right? And you see the wolves taking the electrocution as it begins to move through. This conjuration dare not move. Pip, you're up next.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to. Hang on, let me see something. Do I still have my? Not on my spell thing anymore, so I'm trying to find where it is. My.
You're talking about your
wand. There it is.
wand of winter?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to see how big the storm is, and I can't see that anymore. The ice storm. How big the area of effect is.
Okay, let's go ahead and just let me see if we can drag in the actual items. The spells into your character sheet here, and I'll just put them at wills at this point. I think that'll probably be the best way to do this. Oh, you have the you went to the default character sheet here.
Yeah.
I
Because I
actually
was like,
that's fine. I see this character sheet when I open it up, so it was like, oh, it's got the default. It's all good. And then...
Okay. In that case, I'm going to use my charges and cast Sleet Storm. Try not to hurt my
That's
team.
a new one.
Right. There.
Holy area!
The effects.
All right, so I just put your one of winter on a special. I put it 4 out of 7 charges because you use 3 charges for the sleet storm. You'll just have to manually reduce the charges for now. In addition, let's see. I think the DC is 15 as well, so we're gonna have to figure out putting manual DC into those spells, and I think I can do that as well. Let's see. You can do those on NPC sheets. Yeah, I can do them on here too. Okay. I can do it for the ice storm, couldn't do it for the sleet storm, the ray of frost. But the sleet storm doesn't really have a whole lot of things there. Okay,
No, just
so
mainly make things difficult.
Yeah, it should be set up for the one of winter, so if you use it again, just have to be able to keep track of the charges. Okay, so you use the one of winter as you whip storm cloud outwards. You send out a blast of that storm cloud. It begins to freeze, like the particles in the air, the water vapor, right? It begins to turn into icicles, begins to form down that sleet. And this is quite large. So this freezing rain, right? 20-foot tall cylinder, 40-foot radius. That's kind of highlighted by the template. The area is heavily obscured, and exposed flames of the area are doused. So all of the flames will be doused. The ground is covered with slick ice, making it difficult terrain. Creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there. It must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, falls prone. If the creature starts its turn in the spell's area and is concentrating a spell, the creature must make a successful Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC or lose concentration. Now, that's why this spell save DC is important, because it's a 15 based on being conjured by the One of Winter. So we'll have to navigate that when any automation presents itself. So as far as the light sources are concerned, I think this is the cauldron here is getting caught up. There is a couple torches in the realm of the hut here that are going to be kind of turned off. And so you can kind of see those getting hit by the freezing rain that's coming through the very like kind of gaped and open-ish tree house there. Now, as far as the heavy obscuration, I'm not going to, I think I'm not going to blind them, like remove them from the board. Just know that the tokens right now and heavily obscured, they would only be able to be seen is if you have some form of vision that allows you, such as like blind sight or blind sense. Because right now you can't actually see them and they cannot see you. Okay? When I move them, I will I will turn them invisible here. And in fact, I think it actually makes a lot of sense right now if I do that. So
The key there is they can't see us either, by the way. For the-
Except for I can see the hag, so fuck her.
That's why I put the hag where it was. I try to make it so Donlin isn't affected as least as possible by
when
it.
it comes to turns with creatures with like blind sense, I'll reveal the token, so that way it's easier. You can swing at them, right? But other than that, I think I'll just leave them in that kind of invisible state there. Okay.
All right. And then after all that fun stuff, I'm just going to give him some inspiration. And that is my turn.
Okay. Before you end your turn, you should probably dismount, because that's what you intended, right?
Control. Was it Control M? Or can I just do? Hang on. There's utility.
I got you.
Unmount.
You're good. I got you.
All right. Cool.
All right. So it's Isga's turn. Go ahead.
Is gonna come over here. I move this guy. Yeah. Oh, duh. Come over here and take a bite out of this fella.
Okay. So they do have pack tactics. You could try to hold down shift for the advantage, or you can simply click twice if it doesn't go through. Natural 20 with the advantage there. That is going to be 23 points of damage. Now,
Alright.
Isga here does not have magical attacks with its bite. The creature in front of them has resistance to those attacks that are not magical, that are physical based. It is going to half that 23 to 11 points of damage.
Take it. And that's gonna be the turn.
Okay. It is going to succeed on strength save as well, not be knocked prone by that bite. So let me know. Lance, we now come to you.
Okay, I will dismount. Might control you, was it?
It's not control you. It's actually you just have to click your token and then the wolf and have them both select at the same time and just press N on your keyboard, and it should do it. There's also a macro and utility on your hotbar that allow you to as well.
Yep. Nope. The key combo works. So I'm not going to put Brunda in initiative. I'm just going to tell them to head south, make sure there's no reinforcements coming. Basically, send them off the map.
Okay.
So they're just going to action dash to go south.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and make them invisible then, so that way they're imitating that they're headed off the map, headed south.
Yep. So I spent half my movement, 15 feet, to get down. I am going to. Well, I can't see the ones in the storm anymore. I don't fancy being shocked by lightning. It's not too nice. I will just target this one over here, over the fence. I'll move 15 feet back and shoot.
All right, firing away. 23 is going to be successful. 11 points of damage come through the shoulder.
Okay. I'll go ahead and slap a favored foe on that. So,
All right, so that's the condition there, and then the other one should be 2 there. I think you also have a feature called favorite foe damage. I separated them out, I think.
oh yeah, I forgot you made the favored foe damage. Okay, my
Just
bad.
so,
I'll
it's
use that.
easier. You can manually roll it if you want to. I just made it convenient for you.
Yeah.
That's all.
And because we can, let's. But who's after me in initiative? It's gonna be a minute. No, I'll just attack a second time and call it. I was thinking of using a maneuver, but
Yeah, I saw. So you're saying you saw Kaden reaction was already taken, so you're like,
yeah, it's like I can't do commanding strike with that one. Where is?
"25." That will also hit, dealing 12 points of damage. You can see them worse for wear. They're bleeding, pouring blood, kind of holding themselves, kind of wincing from the pain.
Alrighty, and that'll just end my turn then.
Okay, ending turn here. Donlin, I'm going to go ahead and reveal them for you here. Before we get to your turn here, they're going to take a legendary. It does seem that they perceive you through the fog as it's whirling and whipping around. Their legendary is going to be a hold person.
Son of
No. Say it
Prompts you
ain't
for a
so.
wisdom saving throw.
He has a.
No.
Oh, it didn't let me click the Bardic. I was trying to think if I could get a pass.
You're trying to think.
Yeah.
You can roll
I
it
mean,
if
it
you
might.
want. You can roll it if you want to. Okay, 9. It's a 15.
Yeah. Nope.
Nope.
Okay, you have unfailing now, right?
Do you have unfailing bardic inspiration?
I do.
Okay, we'll just keep it on there. So we'll keep that effect on. It should prompt you again. Now, Donlin, you are held before we get to your turn, so you can see the hag through the fog as the sleet storm peers itself, kind of holds up its hand towards you. Energy just pulsates from it without any sort of components, and you are immediately held. How the hag is going to maintain concentration to the sleet storm upon its turn, we'll see. I mean, you might just not be held, but for your turn here, unfortunately, you'll be unable to do much of anything. Swing this down upon them. Okay, we're going to go and end your turn. Oh my, it's going to prompt. That's pretty funny. I guess it's allowed because the legendary happens before.
It's
You might be able to save. You might be able to save it right here. Yeah, that's very true.
Oh.
Yeah, you did it! Look at that.
You just had to miss your turn.
Very nice.
All right. So there is some automation that was prompting. I'll do it manually here. And I'll do this. Saving throws the DC of 15. So we have a fall prone from one of the rangers that's up there. That's a natural 1.
Nice.
Okay, so they're going to use half of their movement speed to stand up. So using half of that, and then we also have difficult terrain as well, correct?
Yeah. Crowd control, baby.
Okay, turn. All right, they looks like the automation prompted for Lady Trillia here. The DC is being set by your spellcasting, so we'll just have to be mindful of that because it's trying to be DC 20 off the automation, but it's a 15 from the wand. Lady Trillia is going to fail with an 8. They're going to fall prone here, and they are going to use half of their movement speed to pick themselves up in this difficult terrain. They then are going to use their movement speed to carry themselves just slightly over here, maintaining presence of threat to you, Donlin, noting your weapon that has been drawn. getting into a space here. They then are going to look upwards towards you, and they are going to use a mental prison spell.
I am going to use my range protection.
Thank
Okay. 21 is going to be a success on the mental prison here. So as the spell begins to whirl, you can see them whispering sweet nothings to you, almost binding your mind in an impenetrable fortress. This intelligence saving throw, difficult for you, Donla, but you've been a brace against your mind, probably repeating like a repetitive phrase to yourself, being mindless, perhaps, so there's nothing to trap. Now, if you are immune to being charmed, this spell doesn't do anything, so I don't believe, Don, that you have any immunity to that. So on a successful save, you will take 5d10 psychic damage, and the spell will simply end. There's no after effect of your mind being imprisoned. So you're going to be taking 29 points of psychic damage, and you have, if I recall here, no psychic resistance. So that is
Question
going
for you,
to be...
though.
What's that?
Would that be a charm-like ability?
No, it's,
Or I've gotten
it's
advantage. Okay.
specifically if you are immune to being charmed. So you have to be immune to being charmed.
Yeah, no,
not-
I just wanted to make sure I didn't already have advantage from the Crown of Alderfist and waste the
Gotcha.
ring charge.
Yeah, you'll have to use the ring charge to get that advantage there. So you're going to be taking that 29 points of psychic damage, but you are not imprisoned, no after effect. Now, Blade Trillia is not going to leave. They just kind of look up towards you, and they almost just like in the cloud of the mist of the sleet, they're kind of bracing themselves against it. They look up,
Do your worst.
almost as if they're closing their eyes and allowing things to happen. Same time, fighting back with some resistance. Claire, you're up.
Okie doke. Okay, so to dismount, I target my token and the wolf.
That's correct. You just have to have both of yourselves targeted, and then you press N. Not targeted, just selected. Sorry,
Oh,
but should work either way.
Yeah,
It looks like it did.
Change your elevation.
okay, we're good. And then that's half movement.
Yes, half movement to dismount.
Okay. 15. Yeah, we're gonna walk a little backwards here. Let's go ahead. Bonus action. Pop the burning hand. And then action. Well, can't see her, but we don't need to see her for a nice ball.
All right, we don't have wall height on the scene, so you are going to hit. You're going to hit one of the rangers here, so I'll manually roll their save. Because I think that you'll actually hit them with that fireball there. Now, automation-wise, it's still coming through here. Your DC is 19.
I believe so, yep.
Okay, the ranger is going to succeed on their saving throw here. Halving 32. 16. And that's the one up there on the space. You can't see them, but you know, somewhere in the back of your mind, you got them.
Heard that yell.
And then Lady Trillia is going to fail, but they do have fire resistance, so they're going to take 18 total points of damage from the fireball.
Fair enough. Alright, we'll do it.
All right, Todzog.
Todzog do. After I got paralyzed. I think he would just randomly breathe a breath, so I'm gonna roll a D3 just to be from left to right, and he's gonna whiff. Okay.
True to form, Deuce. True to form.
Yep.
Todzog the truck. Vomit chunks
Man,
come
just
out.
barfing.
Vomit chunks come out of the breath. My pancreas.
Yeah, I figured I'd do it from left to right, just because he doesn't see her, but he would try something,
That's fine.
and that'll just be the end of his turn.
Okay, yeah, I like it. True to form. It's cool. Role play there. All right. Flu's gears up.
Yeah, so Kenny would have just turned when he got off him. Just said, Blue Sky, take the ranges. He is going to zoom up here.
There
With a wall.
is some wall here. I'm gonna clear out the. Hold on, I'm gonna clear out the wall.
He's kind of a big token.
Yeah, he's a massive token here, so it's really made for mediums up here. But yeah, I'm just gonna remove the walls at this point, so there shouldn't be any collision. Go ahead.
There. His movement is 50, I think.
Yeah.
And then he will give him a bitey bite.
Big snarl coming through here. 20. That is going to be successful and deal 10 points of damage to them. They are going to succeed on their strength saving throw against being prone as the bite lands against their kind of right side of their abdomen. They kind of get lurched back and forth.
All right, that's going to end his turn.
Ending turn. Now coming to the next round. Jax, you're...
I'm kind of fucked here.
Well, not really. Your oath bow,
Am
remember,
I-
hits regardless. It always has advantage against your target. So
Even with the
even if you
fog,
can't
right?
see them, it does
Okay.
not matter. You just fire
All
it.
right.
The arrow's
This-
already
I'm not
in
gonna-
your
I'm
bow.
not gonna lie to you, Michael. This guy's not getting his bow back. Let's just
Literally,
leave it
the
at that.
arrow just like came out of your quiver,
All
and
right.
put into the bow, and like as you're like, but where are they? The bow's just like pointing you, and like you're just like, ah!
All right, and it's shift for advantage, right?
Yeah, you hold down shift for advantage and hold down O for other. You have to hit both at the same time, and I think it will work, but I don't know your key
Okay,
bindings
we're gonna try.
of your browser. Oh, it didn't do the advantage. Oh well.
It did not, did it?
No,
I'll,
didn't. It's okay.
Oh boy. Well, 17.
17 hits.
Also
All
give
right,
him a roll
and
damage.
sneak attack queued this time because I did advantage.
Oh, that's
Or it counted it anyway, and then I need to do 3
Hmm.
more d6.
Yeah, 3
Right.
more d6. Ooh, loss coming through. If you want to roll another d20 for crit, if you want to crit for it, you can.
I did. Below it rolled a 1.
Oh, that's the one? Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, you just burn that one, get it out of the way. That's
Yeah, get that going. Get that going. All right, 36
Hey,
here.
it's all good. All right, and I kind of saw the chain lightning last time, and Lance moved right next to me, so I'm just gonna move over here to get away.
To be fair, I actually had to refresh my screen because I could not see Kanan, I could not see Isga, I could not see you or your mount. So I was like,
Oh,
oh. So
All right, well, I'm just gonna move away so I don't get hit by chain. Actually, you know what? I'll probably move here so I don't get hit by chain
Yeah,
lightning.
I think
yeah,
it's 30 feet from one another.
Is it?
yeah.
I thought it was a straight line, though. No.
No,
No,
that's
it-
lightning
it-
it
bolt.
can daisy chain.
bounces. It goes wherever it
Oh,
wants.
well,
Can go
chain
like
lightning.
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
Could I move another 15 feet away then? Would I know? I wouldn't know that though. No, I'll stay there. I wouldn't know that.
We got hit
Not
with
with my
chain
guy.
lightning by the last tag, didn't we?
I did not.
Oh no, that was just me. You were unconscious. I forgot.
Yeah, I was in a hallway.
Just taking a nap.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
The fight bored him.
You wake up. Chain lightning. 30. Wow. Rushing the rolls. 12 points of damage. You can see them being splintered apart at this point, but your tentacles have thwacks them. Next attack is going to be 14, and that will miss.
That'll be it.
All right. At the end of your turn, there's going to be a legendary here. The legendary is aimed at you, player. an immolation spell.
I will use the ring up on that.
Okay. Right, 21 is going to be a success against the immolation. Immolation begins to engross you in an inferno of fire. You will take 8d6, halving that unsuccessful. In addition, you are not left with a burning magical flame about you. You take only 15 points of fire damage. Prompts you for a concentration check. Succeeding, barely a scratch as you're able to dodge out of the way of the fire as it erupts from the bubbles underneath you. Now we come to the ranger that is above. They're going to remove their bow, drawing their short sword and dagger. They come in for a short sword strike. 21 strike into Fluskir, dealing 9 points of damage. And the next attack will be the dagger as they come in for a strike that is a 9, and that will be a miss. Ending turn. We now come to this conjuration. It is going to look into the direction of Jax, seeing the lit bow and the arc of the arrow. They are caught to you and your attention here, and they are going to try to land a ray of enfeeblement. Okay, so this black beam energizes from their hand. They are successful. Let's see here. Did not do a ranged spell attack against you. Went straight to the saving throw. Oof. Okay. All right. I don't see it try to attack you. Just did the saving throw. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Roll that. A little bit blindish there. Your AC is 16. Okay, so the ray of enfeeblement is not going to hit you. So it's first not going to hit you, so we don't need to have a saving throw after the fact. Prompt the
Dodge that one.
So you can see the
Dodge
black
that
beam
one.
as it energizes from itself, and you can see as you kind of jump over that little bit of a quarter wall right there for the fencing into the kind of garden, getting some cover. It kind of clips into some of that wooden beam and splinters that wooden beam apart by the force of that ray of enfeeblement. Ending turn. That is now going to be Pip.
Okay. Let's see. What can I do? Can't see the hag. Let's finish this person off, I see. Spell book. I'm going to throw ice at her.
Uh, 22 is going to hit. Can you please control your hag? 22 is going to hit. You're only going to deal 4 points of cold damage here. They do have resistance as it lands.
And you still have my inspiration, right? Right? Or did you have to use it?
Donlin still has your
I'm
inspiration.
Alright, so Claire, you can have the next one. Yeah, Fireball. Not that you really need it for that. There you go. Gonna end this turn now.
Okay, we now come to Isga.
Isga is gonna Isga and bite the shit out of him.
Okay. You do have pack tactics. You can hold down shift and click. 24. That is going to be successful. You're able to kill as you crush in, kind of biting down upon them. As you chomp down, they begin to kind of build itself into kind of a slurry, a sludge of some kind, of a mixture of different parts of different animals, most likely amphibians. And they kind of just pile themselves, suggesting that the creature you faced was kind of like a manifestation of what it was. And you, gain it with your true sight, understand that what was presenting in front of you was in the shape of the creature. You knew that it was in some fashion a conjuration or an illusion, and it falters to your feet, and that tells you immediately that it used something as a reagent, right? This was the conjuration of that.
And question, since wolves are immune to cold. If he goes into the frost, would he have still disadvantage on terrain?
The wolves themselves have kind of a little bit of a homebrew of like ice walking in a way. They can use that to be able to not incur any sort of saving throw or the fall prone, if that's what you're asking. They're not implicated to difficult terrain.
Okay, so it'd still be half movement speed once he answers. You just
No.
don't have to worry about that.
I guess it was a really long way to answer. No, they're not effective.
Okay. So he's gonna go in here and try to search for the missing people to kill them.
Okay, just so you understand then, they are blinded too. So while they're in this, they are going to be heavily obscured. They cannot see. So that camouflage is still going to be affected. I guess we didn't get to that part in my explanation, but they're implicated based on the sight. The sight is something that they're still affected by. They can rely...
invisible too, because of their snow camo.
Yeah, and they are also going to become invisible from the snow camouflage. But the creature heavily relies on smell instead of sight. So you can attempt a perception check with advantage, and that'll allow you to kind of clue in.
Yeah, I'll do that next turn. It's hard to use actions, but I'll just have him in position kind of now.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
All right, Lance.
Alrighty. I see man up there, and I want to see dead man. So, go over here and shoot twice.
All right, 21 is going to hit. You'll deal 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, and shoot him again.
Firing off again, 21 hits, and you 12 points of damage.
Alrighty, let's see. Complete the last of my movement, and that will be my turn.
All right, ending turn. Right, Domlin, you're up.
No legendaries from the hag.
Nope.
There. Bonus action, we are going to Giant's Might. I'm going to look at her. Your sisters made a grave mistake when they attacked our wolves.
Like Domlin has any concept of magic. Yeah, Jade Lightning just goes.
No, but they hit him. I saw him get hurt. That's all I fucking needed.
That's all that matters. 22.
They probably succeed on my guess save. But...
They are going to succeed. They half the fire damage, right? From the first bit?
Yeah.
So 2 points is what they're going to take after they have resistance to fire.
And then I get to swing again. I don't know why it's giving me advantage.
I believe because they're in the sleet storm, it is trying
They
to
can't see,
and try to interpret that they cannot see you. So for the first roll, you're gonna hit, and then for the second one, you're gonna hit as well. So I wasn't gonna say anything because I'm pretty sure it's from the sleet storm, and personally, you're hitting anyways on the dies, so that's all I care about. First rolls. Son of a bitch. Action surging. All right, 8 plus your modifiers hit, so 22. And the next attack is not going to be a natural 20. It's a natural 20 because it's the first die. 42. How do you want to do it?
Oh, I'm just like clean cut head off.
Okay.
Like
You can see
no
you chomp
hesitation.
through with the axe as you row, chomping away. They're kind of holding themselves, dodging. As you lacerate through and then kind of go with the wild. And as you swing through, they just kind of lower their arms down. They close their eyes. And they kind of open their mouth gaped. The head just comes clean off.
If you can lose that spell so we can kill the rangers, the hag's dead.
You know, that's the problem. I was looking. I don't know if it does stop.
You can. You're concentrating on it. You can end concentration whenever you want.
Oh, it is the concentration?
Yep.
Oh, because I looked because I couldn't see anything. I looked it up. Oh, it is concentration.
Yep.
Okay.
Just end it whenever you
Yeah.
want.
So I'll stop it whenever I can on my turn, I guess. It's not my turn yet.
You want it on your turn to do it? You can end it whenever you. It doesn't have to be your
Oh.
turn to end concentration.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm going to end it now. I'll end
Okay.
it.
That's. I mean, it's entirely up to you, but you don't. You can do it whenever you want. It's not a thing on your turn or not.
Cool.
All right. So the Rangers are side by side here in position. They're going to see Iska as they charge forward, and fire arrow 10 is a miss here, and the next arrow is a natural 1 and also misses. They then are going to move themselves 10 feet, almost like shoot and run, as they back themselves into the edge of that railing there, ending turn. Claire, you're up next.
Am I able to see them, or are they just too far up?
So this is like a rampart, right? That's running upwards, and then it's going underneath. So the best way to interpret this is that this part here, I'm gonna freehand this. This is going underneath, right?
So what is... Would
So
Iska be under it?
Iska's tall enough to jump up there.
Okay.
So if they're going off they can just simply jump up there. There's beams that you can scale. You don't have any roll. There's plenty of stuff to be able to get up there. But the actual pathway to get to this is wrapping around and coming from the other end here, or using some of the ladder work that's around. But that's entirely, again, they're not that high up there. As far as climbing, it's not difficult to do. Can you see them up there? I would probably say at your angle, you could not, because they're pretty far back.
What if
Up
we
there.
went and we just remounted over here and we were 10 feet up?
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, one's slightly higher than the other here, but I put them both at 20 feet for the sake of not having multiple things at crazy elevations.
Doesn't
M.
work that time. M?
Yeah, it's M.
Oh.
M for
And
mount.
For mount and for dismount.
Oh, yep, there you go. Okey-doke. Here. We were still concentrating. Bonus action there. And we'll roll out of
All right, 19 hits. And that'll deal 20 points of damage on a single Eldritch Blast. By the holy light, have we seen it all? 3 on the die roll. I think you're going to hit the 2. 14 plus the stuffage, 16. That's gonna hit. You do 18 points of damage, and you see one beam splinters directly through the center point of the stomach of that ranger. They kind of grab, groaning, and then the next beam goes right through their chests, and they just like fly back.
finger guns. And that's it.
Alright. Tazo?
Oh, well, that sucks for you, Claire. You get to go on a ride.
Let's go.
Uh, I don't know where you're going on a ride to, because everywhere's blocked by other wolves. This is big on Forge.
Don't you have 50? You should be able to go.
Can you just jump up
Yeah,
there?
can you jump up there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you be able to? Okay.
It's not that high. Like I said, this ranger was in particular higher than this other one, but I put them both at 20 for the sake of not being too confusing. I'll just change Chadzak to 20 and we'll reflect that with there.
Todd Dog is gonna dash.
Should take Claire straight to the enemy and then just.
Yep.
And,
Ending turn.
Claire's gonna
It's
regret
just like
riding
still
partners.
throwing up off the side, like the jump took a lot out of it.
It's like dazed, fucking bloodshot eyes. All right, Flu's here.
Blue Gear got a little wrecked. He's going to take the disengage action and get the hell out of that.
Okay.
Fall back to Brunda. Cover the... Nope. Fall back to Brunda. Cover the path. That's the one. And that'll end his turn.
Okay. Ending turn, Jax, you're up next. The bow has now stopped glowing, telling you that the target is indeed dead. It is now a simple, regular bow.
And that ability is as many times as I say it a day, right? Because it doesn't say in there, does it?
Are you talking about the bow being able to do that over
Swift,
and over again?
Swift Death, yeah.
You can choose a new one after the next dawn.
So it's once a day as long
okay.
as they die.
Once a day, as long as they die.
If they don't die, then you gotta wait a week.
Yep.
Yep, all right, gotcha. All right, so I'm going to with the measure tool, of course. Why not? Hit spacebar. So move the 50 feet there, and then action dash with the mount. I'll help clear out a little bit here. And I will use my Masterwork dagger here to attack the dude.
Okay.
Am I able to do that from the mount?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 16 hits.
And that just sneak attack should be for this one since I'm next to
Yep.
an ally.
24. Stabbing the dagger through her, kind of sliding onto the sideways of the mount as it runs up. You're kind of on a walkway planked upwards above, which is a little bit higher. You're getting just to the low end, but it's only about 6 or so feet. Very shallow and short. Just a little storage area underneath there. They come slicing through the right side of their body.
All I've seen him do is shoot the bow, so I'm going to stay here in melee with him.
Ending
my turn there.
turn. Caden, you're up.
Fly straight up to this gentleman. And we will try and burn him down.
Okay. "18 hits, you crush 22 as you whirl the tentacle upwards. You strike down into their head, smashing their skull into their brains.
Yep. And then I'll take the rest of my movement back down that way, and that's going to end his turn.
Okay, Pip, you're up next.
My gift, I have 2 instances of Dark One's Blessing, but neither of them did anything.
See that you do have.
Can't really
two
do
hits.
Mm. I'm just not gonna do anything. Just go.
24 is going to hit. You're going to do 7 points of damage to them, and you are successful in knocking them prone.
Wolf's doing work. Alright. That's my turn.
Ending turn. Lance, you're up next.
Okay. For better or worse, I am going, since I don't see anybody other than, there's the guy way up there, but I probably don't have a shot. I'm going to go check the barracks house. So I'd like to open the door and take a look in there and see if there are any reinforcements immediately inside that I should be worried about.
You swing the door open. It is just a swing to stick door. You just kind of smack it in, or even out. You pull it and see the bunks, 2 to 3 tall, straw thatching, wooden exposed rafters. There is a small fireplace back left, riddled, and the roof sustaining damage. You scan from left to right, and you see no inhabitants in this bunkhouse.
Okay. Just gonna leave the door open and I guess action dash back toward the rest of the party. That'll be my turn. Thank you.
Okay. Ending turn. Donlin, you're next.
So going back to my gladiator days, do I see anything on her that I can take as a trophy?
I mean, you chopped off her head. That's
I just want to
Yeah,
say
I
the
can't carry her
same.
head around.
open
That's why
for
I like
your
to carry a
interpretation.
ring or a necklace.
If you'd like to, upon the death, they are going to kind of change into their hag appearance, which was described to you earlier. I guess there is a few bracelets and necklaces with those bone work as I described. They're almost like little engraved bones that have been chiseled down to be little token pieces, and they dangle from those bracelets. You might be able to take one of those. It just depends on your experience with magical items. Picking those up, and I think you probably have some sense as a character now that the item set those would be magical, but they could also be not exactly the best to pick up in this situation. Other than that, they don't hold anything. They weren't using a focus by any means. They weren't kind of using something to cast magic. You kind of caught them perhaps in a position where they didn't have anything, or maybe they just simply that was at the fort, right? And they haven't really had time or wanted to create anything.
Just take an ear.
I'm just gonna rip off her necklaces. And then I'm gonna yell at Todd Zog to kill the ranger over there. And
They'll make a charisma saving throw.
The thing you just warned me not to pick up, I'm going to pick that up specifically.
yeah.
Did my best, Adam. Okay.
Fine, it's 13.
Grab the necklaces.
I'm gonna timer on my belt. That's gonna end my turn.
Okay, ending turn. Come to this one who is prone. They are going to pick themselves up here. They're going to draw their short sword and their dagger, and they are going to go for an attack. Short sword strike here is going to be in the direction of Isga. That is going to be 10, which misses. And then the dagger strike is in the direction of Olas, and that misses as well. They hold themselves pitched in the back corner. They look down into the direction below. They're kind of navigating with their short sword and their dagger. You see the black eyes, the pale flesh. They show sweat. They show fear. They hold themselves in a fighting stance. Claire.
It's okay. Hush now. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Saving Private Ryan.
Fucking a bison bed right now. Even had to get the hex transfer over it because,
Yeah. That's why.
21. Why not? Yeah.
So why not?
22. They're dead. So as you point blank clear on the back of Tanzog, you see them. They look towards you. In front of magic and your Eldritch Blast, they cannot have any defenses. You see as the bolt lands, splintering through the top left side of their chest. That is the end of combat.
I suggest we quickly gather whatever we want from the hut, the area of the bodies, and start moving toward the ruins before anybody realizes what's happened here.
Yeah, I agree.
Can
All
I?
right.
Pip wants to look for a spell book or something. See if she has anything around here.
Do me a favor. One of you just like vaguely grab any alchemical shit over there. I'm going to start treating some of the wolves.
I'm throwing the dead body in the fire.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, is there anything in the? Well, let me look the dead body first, too,
Why did I
please.
not go with it?
You gotta look at the dead body before you throw it in the cauldron.
I'm gonna try to look in the dead body before Donald throws it in to
Okay.
see if there's anything magic or spell books or anything?
Go ahead and make an investigation check. If you're doing any healing, make sure to do that manually at this stage.
Yeah, I targeted Vluzgir, but it looks like I need you to apply it.
Yeah, I'll apply
I
it
get
for you.
it.
There
Is
you
it?
go.
Thank you.
13 investigation here. Also, you can change your own elevations. If you're on the back of the wolves, you got to change the wolf's elevation.
So
Change yours.
I can't select the wolf because I don't think I have access to the wolf. But
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're stuck at Deuce's will.
yeah.
This is not your wolf.
This is
Okay.
what happens when you ride my wolf. You go for a
We just go for
trip.
rides. yeah.
But it was very safe rides. It may have
Yeah.
sounded really
Yeah.
dumb, but they were very safe.
All right. 13 investigation. You're looking for a spellbook. You're not able to find the spellbook on the body of Trillia. You find the same necklace, the same bracelets, that kind of thing of the is ascribed to Donlin. They have very little personal positions currently on them. Nothing like that totem that was on Yulissa is used as a focus, perhaps. And as you search around, these are reagents here, so they could have some, creating things, perhaps. Of course, lootables here. Jax, you're heading up for the treehouse.
Yeah, is there a door or is it curtains or is there anything shutting it out from the outside?
No, it's just open, lots of gaping holes. There's even windows here that have just shutters. You're able to open those shutters. They're unlocked. You can reveal there's a humble living quarters in here, a small little cot, many dried reagents hanging upside down, right from the ceiling, right of the open rafter, the straw thatching frame there. The wooden frame, the straw thatching over top. There is kind of a small built little study. It's like a kind of the start of a laboratory, perhaps. So pots, clay things, beakers type stuff that have been made out of very natural materials, some being refined to glass, is over one corner. And there is another corner that exists that has kind of a vanity mirror, a little bit of a wardrobe, some peg hangers now, or peg hooks and hangers, right? So up on the actual siding of that. And it's quaint living. And this is some rural stuff. So as far as valuables, you do see that there is a very small chest next to the bed, as well as in the vanity. There seems to be like a small jewelry box or a musical box.
So I'll gather all the crap that Lance would want from the inside. I will search both the chest and the jewelry box, and I would also like to look to see if there is anything like a spell focus or something that we found with her sister, maybe hidden away in here somewhere. Maybe it's in one of the chests or the jewelry box. I don't know, but if I don't find it, just take a quick look around and see if I can find something like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Wow, I couldn't have possibly only rolled one worse here.
12. So you do a quick undertaking of valuables here. You're able to find some possessions inside of the treasured music box. There's no locks upon them. Maybe kind of just a few gems, a few things that would be translated over to currency. They could be magical, perhaps. You don't know quite yet. And then inside of the smaller chest, there is going to be 6 clay jars that have glass topper lids, and inside, filled through those glass topper kind of clear lids, there is going to be kind of smoke, almost like wispy kind of blue smoke that's just kind of inside of them.
I'll grab everything that's inside to include the reagents that I think Lance would want, and I'll bring it all down to the party.
Okay. So you bring all that stuff down here. As far as you, Donlin, is concerned, are you throwing them in the fire?
Yeah, the body's going in the fire as soon as Pip's done looking at it.
Pep, are you satisfied with your investigation check after finding nothing?
I mean, if I think the rings are magic, I'll take those too. But
They don't have any rings upon them. They're
or
bracelets.
bracelets,
Like,
bracelets. I meant.
best way to describe this is if you're, let's go ahead and we're having, let's go ahead and string some beads, and have a little bracelet.
beads.
Come on, friendship bracelet. Yeah, that's a good way to describe what these are.
Oh, so nothing important. Yeah, tosser. I don't care.
Nothing important. I love it. So nothing important. Roger. Pick the body up, Donlin. You see the fire's been put out by the sleet storm. Cauldron is unlit.
Sorry about that.
Are you lighting it?
Yeah. I think I have something. Oh no, I don't, because all of my inventory got wiped, so I don't have.
You don't have shit.
I can light it.
Made hag gazpacho.
Hang on, I got you. I'll light it. Give me a second. Let me get to it. Oh, just a little flicker. Oh no, that's enough to do anything, but I'll try to just do a spark, see if it'll catch.
Precipitation, kind of igniting some of perhaps the underdwelling of that cauldron who was outside the sleet storm, purview of that spell. You're able to kind of catch further. Begins to kind of begin, growing in heat, bubbling slightly, and you just kind of slump the body of Trillia into that cauldron. Or are you trying to throw them onto the fire, like burning them?
No, onto the fire. I'm moving.
Okay.
I'm throwing the
Okay,
cauldron.
you're
off,
throwing the
so-
cauldron off. Go ahead and make a strength check. Okay. 19. Successful. You're able to take the cauldron, throwing it off. Contents of that begin to spill. Take the body of the hag, and you throw them onto the fire. As they curl and bubble and spit, begin to take the flame, and all of the clothes and everything begins to cook, sizzling.
We're not dealing with any more hags, right?
I mean,
Not for the moment.
sisters. That's 2. I'm sure there's probably more out there.
There were many in that first place. I don't think
Yeah.
we killed all of them. Some of them escaped.
So I guess we're off to the towers. We're not towers, but they're little.
At the very least, we should get away from here because this might be where the ranges fall back to after our distraction ends.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And we have a way from the ruins into the dragon's lair, so I think we head there, look for stuff there, and then take that passageway.
Yeah, she mentioned the mine shaft north goes underneath.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay, we all satisfied?
Think so.
Got a few
Tag
valuables
was
up there.
delayed.
Got the Trillia's necklace there. Okay.
If we're going straight there, do we want to get topped up?
Probably not a bad idea. Case.
Alright.
Wouldn't hurt if you can spare it.
I don't need anything for me or the wolf, so I don't know how you get to divide it up between people or not, but I'm good all around.
Oh, Pip is fine, but the Isca.
We got a nice.
Was it Dolan and the wolves the only ones that got really hurt that fight?
Yeah, I think it was really just the chain lightning against the wolves and Donlin.
How much is Donlin down?
41.
Take like 30 of that at least. Then Kanan.
17.
10.
Don't forget you have the aid as well. Thing.
Yeah.
You might be down a little bit more than
Yeah,
that.
that's not counting that.
No.
Yeah, the aid again. The aid represents not entirely that well over, but you can see the on your actual health bar there. You could add. You could almost add more than what you're.
Technically, still down 27.
Take another 14. That's the last.
Okay. 6.
Alrighty.
So are we going towards the fortress, or are we going towards the tower to shut off the thing?
Well, we gotta get the obelisk first, so we gotta go to the fortress,
Yeah,
I guess.
shut the mine shaft to the north.
Did we want to do that? Because doesn't that lead to the dragon also?
Oh, we don't
Yep.
have to go all the way to the dragon this time.
I think the valuables and magic items that are there are probably worth going to get before the rangers she sent there dig them out and bring them back here.
You do bring up a good point, though. If the Rangers aren't being controlled by her, killing them, the dragon now?
Dragon's Master.
I think she was getting at that they followed this deity thing.
The same one with that weapon that thankfully neither of you touched very much.
Yeah, who would do that?
Paylor knows what would happen.
Yeah, who would pick up cursed objects?
I wonder who.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Uh-huh.
What was the other option you mentioned?
Out of curiosity, though,
Yeah,
if
the
someone
tower.
how do you get rid of it? Do you happen to have a spell there, Claire, to help with cursed objects, so we might be able to get rid of this curse thing?
Hypothetically, not.
I mean, I know it's cursed. I mean, we're pretty clear on that, right? Right? Sure. It's in my bag of holding. You know, it's kind of cursed object in my bag is kind of uncomfortable a little bit.
Not at the moment. But it's okay as long as we don't get too close. If it is,
True. Just
we
keep it
should
bag
be
holding.
okay.
Yeah, Bellin, looks like the only way to get it for you is to block it off.
Yeah, I mean, yes, certainly. As long as no one spends any particular amount of time with it.
Why is your wolf connected to my wolf?
My wolf.
Well,
Why is your wolf
What
mounted
did you
on
guys
my
do?
wolf?
We are in a
know.
wolf trade. You stacked them. Look at that. That's
Got that
beautiful.
stacked centaurs.
Look
going.
at that.
God,
That is
man.
amazing. All right, which one is it though? Is it?
I think it's his because his has a +10 to it.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's Todzog here. Hold on.
Oh, that they're mounted too? Yeah.
You mounted Todzog, and then he's mounted there.
Like, what?
Which
How
key
does
is it
that
to
happen?
mount again? Is it still N?
M for
M.
mount.
Yeah,
N.
it should be
yeah,
M.
it's M for mount and N to unmount. All right. So we're not going to be doing any more looting here. We're just going to be gaining what we can from there and then the body. Nothing else as far as that. We've talked about heading in the direction of that mine shaft, most likely a half-baked operation just to excavate and dig into the underground area just south of the fort. Distraction is still happening by the Rangers of Everite, the majority of the Rangers of Trillia, but as we now understand, if the Hag is being truthful, the Hag is only a pawn. They're not somebody that actually has any sort of authority or really any rulership. And in fact, they are picking up, they're almost they were doing in bits and pieces. I mean, there's been a lot of time perhaps has passed that their fort has succumbed to the destruction. They have very little resources, and they seem to be doing a lot of this work themselves to build what it is that is here. Now, as far as your journey north, you'll be heading onto a small trail just on the opposite side of the hag's hut that lies in the tree as it works itself down in the ramparts of wood, right? The walkways that kind of sprawl down. That then is going to clear the trees, and you'll be into the tall reed grass, spanning from range of 6 to 7 to 8 feet at times, and you'll be perusing yourself through that, looking for perhaps the entrance. There's no map that you have, so you're going to have to rely on some senses here, perhaps tracks. Maybe the rangers have made some tracks in the ground that will lead you there. Could also be just almost like, hey, let's just survey the area here. But the difficult part about it is that the grass is so tall, it's so thick, that you'll have to spend a lot of time if you don't have any skills to be able to find where this is, or a map. So one of the things that Trillia, before we went to the combat, to the fight and things, Pip, you were speaking on behalf of, oh, help us with the dragon, that kind of thing. Are you going to just like take us and then, feed us the dragon? There could be, if memories served there from the previous conversation, that they have a way to make the rangers understand where it is, or perhaps furthering, kind of telling them, that kind of thing. Seems like there's a lot of rangers, and there's just one Trillia. And unless all the rangers are being told directly, word of mouth, of where the mine is, they're never going to find it themselves unless they spend a lot of time. So to keep no map, no track of where the thing is, that seems rather strange. I think your all characters probably can pick that up. All right, so before we go to the next part of our adventure, we're going to go ahead and take a break because we're going to get into some more stuff. So we'll go ahead and take a break now. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at about 7:04 p.m. PST, and we'll see you when we get back. Bye.
Bye.
right, welcome back. If you joined us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Going with the second half of our session today. All right, so just dealt with Lady Trillia, and quite quickly, you all did not hesitate. You also did not care for my beautiful story and monologue that I was, doing for all of you. True to my heart as a game master, I watched one of my beloved characters get struck down with no questions asked.
Absolute prejudice.
No regrets.
I mean, we asked questions. She gave answers.
We may
We
or may
figured she was
not-
going to betray us, and so we killed her.
We may or may not be carrying some trauma from the last hag fight.
You're right. The scars
I would
are
never.
deep.
They're mental scars, too. That's the worst part.
So it stands to reason by facing two different hags that Ulissa seems to be a sister, perhaps, and sister in the sense of a coven, right? So the hags form a coven, kind of a group of them. They kind of culminate their magic together. They perform rituals. And Ulissa grew perhaps in more power in some sense than Trillia did. Trillia seems to have stayed, and that could have been at the detriment of gaining such power that Ulissa had. It also could have been just different terms. Ulissa seemed to fight you on theirs, whereas Trillia seemed to Ulissa fought on their own terms, and then Trillia seems to have fought on your terms and not try to teletransport out of there. They didn't try to do other things. They allowed you to dispatch them, perhaps, or simply that they were not powerful enough to circumvent those beautiful natural twins. In any case, we're headed due north. On the trail, we eventually reach the tall grass and the reeds. We're beginning to pull ourselves through, and this becomes the question of how are we going to find, and Theron is not here, sorry. How are we going to find, Theron's just sulking in the background there on the yonder seat actor. How are we going to find the entrance to
Are you done
this?
with my bow yet?
You got my bow?
Where is it? All right.
I think first step is we expect the ranger to just yada yada his way to it because he's good at that. And then if that doesn't work, we kill Donlin again and see if it makes another light beam.
What?
Fucking hell.
Hold on.
It's a backup
Better
plan.
idea.
Solid.
The plan B before we kill me could be have the wolves track the other rangers.
Mm-mm.
Well,
That's
how
plan C.
would we be able to see it from the sky? Is it that big?
I mean,
Not
well,
really.
Wait, no, not through the fog. Not through the fog. I forgot. There's fog
Yeah.
everywhere. That'd be a problem. See, these are the questions I asked before we killed the hag, and you guys said no, we got it. So I said okay.
We're good.
Well, we know it's due north from where we are, and it presumably is a fairly straight line from it to the fortress. So if we could use the map that we have,
right.
triangulate a reasonable area.
All right,
I mean,
Lance.
we know there's a lake too.
Exactly.
Right.
Didn't we hear that the fort was like south and it was destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fort is on south of the lake.
Yeah, we're
And then-
effectively we're in between her hut and the fort now, which is next to the lake.
Mm-hmm.
We just
So I
took
just think
to
we
the
put it all
fort?
on Lance to get us north.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lance?
Ah, wait, gosh, don't worry about it.
It's a
North
mine
without
shaft.
being
The
able to
dwarves
see
seem to
the
know where
sun.
it is.
True.
You can just like lick the rocks or something, right? They'll
Right,
tell
you
you.
Yeah.
Taste the
Lick
geomagnetic
the
rainbow.
rock.
That reminds me of, if you remember Rudolph, the guy, what's his name? Was it Prospector? Who used to like hit the rocks and then lick his thing afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cornelius, Yukon.
Cornelius, yeah. All right, Cornelius, lead of the way.
Care to go here? Yeah, so I mean, we're just trying to navigate north.
Yeah, it's a little icon on the Martian Valley map. This is kind of, in general, what the area is that they're trying to showcase in terms of what you think, right? It's going to be somewhere between. You're going to do your best. What method are you going to attempt to find? Are you going to be tracking, like I suggest tracking, or are you going to be trying to access the map and then saying, hey, it should be around here. This looks like a good spot. Being in like, hey, if there's going to be a mine, it's going to be some solid ground. Can't just have, mud and muck and clay underneath. It's going to be rock and stone.
Yeah.
So
Rock and stone, brother.
Rock and stone.
Yeah, I think what he's going to try and do is maybe first off try to climb up, maybe even a tree or something. I feel like I need to be able to reference something to find due north.
The issue
But
is
after that, yeah, the fog.
the fog is bad. I think you have an understanding with the map aid. You know where north is. I don't think you need to have any.
Yeah.
You know the hut is south of where you need to be. North is from that trail. The survival check. I think the survival check would come into play for a north heading and just kind of given to you at that stage if you're going to be rolling something.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would go about trying to find dry land. I would think a mine has to be on a solid bed of land, and that bed would be significantly raised up above the water line. So even if I can't see like dead north, I want to look out over the tree line and see if there's any raised sections of the tree line, perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
Then
want to
you-
get to the air, I get you in the air.
Yeah, but that
Well, I mean-
also does not help you when you have fog that you can only see 30 feet in front of you.
Oh yeah,
So
forgot just how dense the fog is.
That's when you just roll
She said
survivor
she
check
hold
and
on.
let the
She said
DM
she sent.
determine.
She said she sent rangers to go through the rubble to find stuff. Can we just follow their tracks?
Well, maybe
That's assuming they maintain tracks long enough.
the mine shaft is essentially how they were doing.
How
Mm,
so? If they were getting stuff from the mine shaft to what is now the ruined city or the ruined fortress, right?
sure. Clarify. Let's clarify. So Turley had a fort. It was on the south side of Crumple Lake. The fort was a defensible position to house the Rangers, as well as perhaps Trillia's laboratory and their experiments that they're doing, and a underdwelling, so an actual underground area that held a treasury, where in their excavations of the treasury they found an obelisk. Something of power, they began to study that. They were interested in it, and of course, before they could come to any sort of conclusions beyond they can't get it to work, the fort was blown up. It was used by explosives that were Trojan horse
Smuggled in by the
smuggled in and then blew up. And of course, there's no access now to get underneath that. So they needed to find a way to access that without caving in from the already exploded area because they wanted to reach the obelisk. And they used, and what this is the key here, is what Trillia said about that underground waterway. They clued in on the fact that the same pathing to get to the dragon's lair was in the same path to get to the obelisk. And so that is what they clued in on, and that's something you should focus on as a ranger, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, so an underground waterway, water only flows downhill, so there has to be some lower reservoir that it's dumping to. My thought is try to find that reservoir and then go back up.
Yeah.
Or
the water
actually-
has
logical to
to
me.
go somewhere, right? Yep.
Yeah.
And
Find
that's
wherever
a-
that's dumping to, then follow the source back up into ideally a cave entrance or whatever leads to that underground access to the waterway.
Yeah. All right. I like the thought process. Go ahead and make a survival check.
Okay. That's a net one. The logic was there, the guidance was not.
Well,
Chrono shift.
yeah, I was just about to say
We
the
don't
same
have one of
thing.
those.
Wait, Chrono Shift. What did I just hear? Chronology magic? Chrono Shift. Bro.
Throw me out of time because I fucked up so bad. Banished
Well,
straight
that's
from this
unfortunate.
timeline. Yes, it is.
It is unfortunate.
Find out where we're gonna go instead.
You chose the wrong rock to lick.
You chose the rock. Yeah. You chose poorly.
Indeed.
See if I could copy stuff down here. It's a little weird. Let's see. Grab you all. That seems to work.
Once we get in the circle, if there's any animals nearby, I can ask one of them.
I don't. I mean, we haven't been told. I don't know if we've seen any animals on this trip so far.
To say, I remember hearing some birds near the Rangers camp, but
Yeah.
they're not the kinds that would go underground and look for what we're looking for. And what we could look for is either spiders or insects that would go into dark places, or fish that may go upstream into the waterway.
So, Lance, you've done your best to try to find. Following the river path, you eventually get slightly turned around. You're beginning to head in the direction. You hear water beginning to move towards your west, maybe something as far as more swampland that's now submerged by water as it pulls through the grass and the reeds. You're very unsure. You've lost your bearings in the midst of the fog, and that has led you to the sounds of moaning and the shifting of creatures that lurk.
Well,
You pause for a moment here, trying to figure out where exactly you're at, where exactly you need to be. And while you're doing that, just in your vision as you kind of crest a slight little hill here, you're then going to see what it is on the opposite side that holds you to. I'm putting a vision limiter just based on certain parameters. And I put your token work on back of the wolves. I'll have it paused. Control of a horde moves in the tall grass, shifting large lumbering weight. You're on the top of this ridge, slight knoll that grows where the grass itself is thinner than the tall that reaches towards it, so you see you overhead. These creatures in front of you as they're moving are not the only ones that are beginning to move. You hear sounds of undead to your west and now to your east, moaning as they move, and there's also one creature amongst them all that is huge in comparison that crashes into the earth. And there is something eerily similar to the sounds of that creature as it moves its brambles of wood through the ground and through the air. You pause, you stop, you cling on to Brunda, who punches down. What do you do?
First off, I try to, Brunda, kneel down, like get down below the grass line if we can. I dismount and try to back off of this high ridge, back toward the party, and I motion for them to get down, be quiet.
We have the link.
I need everyone at that point to make stealth checks if that is what you're intending to do.
That's what I'm recommending. If somebody wants to go gung ho, that's their prerogative.
Donlin, stealth check. Donlin.
Donlin and Pip aren't stealthy.
That's fine. Neither is Todd's on because he's fucking drunk still. Though I
Yep.
feel like he'd be
Brenda's
pretty
too clumsy.
sober after that fight. God damn it.
You think
rolling like shit.
he's sober?
I mean, he just threw up all of that alcohol.
It's true.
I don't know what
He
you're
might
talking
not
about. Olaf
quite
is
be
good.
full sober. but
Olaf
he's
knows how to
getting it.
hide.
Imagine that.
I know.
Is your celestial? Yeah, your celestial radiance will be off at this point. Because I recognized, I was like, I'm pretty sure there's light coming from your token, Claire.
I'm trying to
that was-
stealth, and Claire is just
I-
glowing.
Yeah, Claire's just glowing everywhere.
Sorry, it's my moisturizer.
I switched shampoos last week. Sorry.
Lance, as you hold Brunda, you dismount. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I will dismount myself. Thank you.
Park you there on the ridge. I got you.
Cool. Yep.
You then begin to roll stealth checks, prompting the party. As they do so, not surprisingly, there's two that shift in movement. Todzog the drunk, who is slow to kneel down, and Donlin, whose heavy armor crushes into the saddle, into the grass itself, as they shift in weight as Todzog dives down. Lance, you peer over the nest of the ridge, and you see one of the undead slowly, as they turn to the noise. And everyone roll initiatives.
Damn it.
Actually, Tazog doesn't need to roll initiative. Ignore that. Can I take him out of turn?
You want Todzog out of the turn order?
Yeah, he doesn't need to be in turn. I'm gonna stay mounted on him the whole time.
Okay. Is all of your initiatives rolled and where you would like them to be?
Yeah.
Rolling
I think so.
NPCs.
Oh my god.
Lance, you're up.
Well, this went from bad to worse. I can see one guy in my north. My proposal to the party is we fight our way south and try to run. Or actually, like southeast, because we came west, you said, as we were approaching. So he is going to take a shot at this guy at the edge of his vision. Inventory. Scroll through a million things. They actually seem armored, like they're carrying shields.
They do. They have black metal shields on them and armor. They've turned around with these tower shields. They also have spiked morning stars in the right hand. And as you fire your shockwave, you are technically you will surprise them because you successfully rolled stealth. If you do want to roll that d20 for advantage, you can.
I'll try.
Okay.
So 15 plus.
That's going to hit. You're going to do 12 points of damage as it lands. So they lumber back from shockwave.
Okay, and I would like to put. It didn't prompt me because I missed the first attack roll, but I'd like to push him southeast with pressure.
5 feet.
Yes, please.
Okay, there you go.
That should put him within 10 feet range for a ricochet. So I'll ricochet to the guy to the east.
Okay. 23 hits. You do 15.
Okay. And unfortunately, they're not adjacent still. So I can't get a Horde Breaker, but I will do my second attack against that one.
17 hits. 13.
And it ricochets north.
14 is a miss.
I'm going to have Brenda start moving southeast, and I will use some movement to mount up again.
Okay, you move southeast. You can see that there are undead that are moving in the direction of to the left of this map. They're lumbering when they are turning in the direction of your party. Mountains up.
That one, my turn.
Donlin is going to do something to make a distraction. And he is going to use the Great Axe of Yofang to essentially shoot a wall, kind of essentially like this direction. That's not the draw tool. Why is that not drawn?
What do you?
Like that. I'm essentially shooting a wall. I don't know why that's not drawing.
You want to shoot a wall?
Yeah, an ice wall. I want to make a distraction.
You just want to create an
I
ice
wanna shoot-
wall. Yeah.
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 To make a
All right. Can you ping me?
kind of like in this direction. Essentially shooting it kind of away from the direction we're going. Giving Lance's orders to go south.
Gotcha. Like you want it from you to in that direction. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. You see, it's about 20 feet there, 5 feet wide. Cool.
Yep. And then Todzog is going to move about 35 feet south, kind of listening to orders but staying close enough that if somebody gets caught, that will end my turn.
Okay. So, as you move, creating the ice wall, begins to lumber forward and begins to crest on top of the knoll as a large, shadowy tree, corrupted in bile and acid, eerily similar as it crashes in.
It was a lot closer than I expected.
Looks from left to right as it moans, and then as it pulls its mouth gaped open, lets out a large moan, kind of like a whale call as it emanates out from it and vibrates the air. This undead charges forward. This is a dash to get to this point. Followed to, you hear the sounds of the horde moving. They begin to shift their weight, and they begin to charge, dashing in the direction of the tree, moving past the tree towards you all. Some of you hiding in the tall grass, they are just running in the direction of the sights and sounds, which happen to be Lance and Brunda and Donlin and Todzog. Kanan on Vlusgir, it does not seem like this undead to your right notices you, and Jax and Olas doesn't seem that this one notices you either. So as you're kind of seeing them run up, what's happening here is that they are kind of running through the grass in the direction of what they're seeing, and you're kind of crouched down, lower in your haunches of the tall grass, and they're pulling themselves through. Kanan, you're up next.
Well, this is a shit show. Yeah, okay. I am going to have Vlusgir back away. Wait a minute, I'm on the wrong token selected.
You have the drag ruler out on my screen. The measure tool, sorry, not the actual selector
I
tool.
clicked away from it, but now it's...
Is Vlusgir rolled into combat? Yeah, he's rolled into combat.
yeah.
That's why.
Oh, that's why, yeah.
Do you
I
not
haven't
want
actually
him?
dismounted yet.
Do you not
well,
want
I'm
him?
about to dismount, so he'll need to be in turn order, but I was going to move him before I dismounted.
Oh, so you want to move first, then dismount?
And then dismount. Yeah, I was going to just get him out of the way before I jumped off. Basically.
Gotcha. Okay,
Um,
I have him at 12-13. I'll hold on to that, and then I will remove him. You should be able to move him now because he's outside of the combat order.
So I'll just move him back this way. Tell him to fall back and cover the flank with everybody else. And then I will unmount. And we'll zip up over here with the rest of my movement. I gotta find the exact spot. Hold on.
Get that sweet spot.
Yeah, so right there. Okay. So I will move right there. I guess it's on a square. All right. Hold on. Can I not actually get? I can't see the grid. Hold on, let me zoom in.
You're 15. You can always hover over their tokens, and you will
Yeah.
display their height of distance to you.
Yeah, I
so
was trying to get 10 feet from both. I guess I can't because of the way the grid shakes out.
you cannot get
Yeah.
10 feet from both. Unfortunately, they're too
Yeah, that's fine.
spaced.
All right, so I will target this one. Does he see me now? Was he?
You have
still there?
advantage, but they do not see
Okay.
you. You push through the grass. You're still in the cover of that. You're a surprise attacker to them.
So I will amplify a tentacle strike.
Okay.
You say
hold
it's
on,
shift for advantage?
Hold down
now?
shift
Hold
for
on.
advantage now. Yep. I've had to change the hotkeys to try to make sure they didn't overlap, and it seems to be helping a little bit with keeping, at least helps a little bit noticed with trying to get the advantage off. This does not work for you, unfortunately. You can roll another d20 if you want for the crit.
Oh, it showed it for me. That's weird.
Oh, rolled your...
Well, it showed the dice, but it didn't actually roll them. That's... Yeah, it showed me 3 d20s on the screen, but it only rolled one in the chat. Because I've got Elven advantage or Elven accuracy.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know how that shakes out. I don't think I've ever... Oh.
So
Maybe
I'll
that's just
roll
broken.
2 more d20s.
Yeah, maybe that's just broken. It's not working.
So one of them was a 19.
Okay.
So
No crit
that's,
there.
Not a crit. So 23, and then I will pull him 5 feet towards me. And then I am going to step 5 feet this way.
Okay.
And now I will amplify another.
Okay. So that's your first attack. You see, as you reveal yourself, they are going to turn in towards your direction. No longer are they going to be surprised by you as you unleash your first attack upon them. To turn, do that amplify to either one here, 23 and a 21, both hitting, 12 and 16. So you thwack both of these heavily armored, thick ogre zombie creatures, black bleeding armor. Are you going to move them towards you?
Yeah, I will pull them both to my left and right.
Okay.
And that'll end his turn.
Ending turn, can you begin to absorb them towards you, draw fire away perhaps for your party? Jax, you're still under the cover as well as your mount.
All right, so I'm gonna give Kanan a help with my attack this round. So I'm gonna attack this guy right here with the Masterwork Dagger.
Okay, hold on shift for advantage.
Oh,
that's okay.
yep,
Go and roll
didn't
again.
work.
All good. All right, so we have an 11 plus your modifiers here. That
19,
is
I
that
think.
is going to connect. You also have the flank there, so that is going to hit. We'll attack on the 10 points. Roll 46 for sneak attack.
Sir, doing it right now. What is going on? Why is Olas?
Because I think you're mounted, and you might have OS selected on the mount, or it's just saying.
Oh,
that
I had
you're
us both.
defaulted.
I had us both
Yeah.
selected.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine as long as it's just from the chat card. You know,
Olas doing some damage, baby.
Come on, baby, I'll roll for you. So a total of 27 there. Successful as you strike into the lower left side of its rib cage, splintering some of the desiccated organs. Kind of lumbers back and forth. You do not have your mount rolled in, so Olas still has to go.
Yeah, so I'll let's see. I'll use the. Can I use if I'm mounting? Can I use the bonus action to disengage?
The mount only gets one action to use. One of them can be used as a disengage. Yes.
I was talking. So I would have to use the action for him to disengage, and my bonus action.
Your bonus action, mount rules wise, would just be for your disengage away from the target. Would not translate to the mount because the mounted target is what will disengage for you. So that has to use its whole action to disengage for you. But your bonus action disengage for your cunning does not actually work for the mount.
Okay, I'll just use his action to disengage because I'm not moving very far anyway, and I will move over here.
Okay.
I will dismount now. Do, 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 do. Oh, come on.
Ha! You have them both
I
selected,
hit-
maybe?
Yeah, they're both selected. I tried using utility and unmount.
Here, let me.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, and then I'm gonna tell him to stay there for now. I'm gonna move over here, and now I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide.
Okay. Fantastic. Roll stealth. Now we're gonna use the
Moving silently because that's what I'm relying on. So
Yeah, you
Oh,
can click.
I didn't
You
click the
can.
box.
It's fine. You can click
cool.
retroactive for the skill checks. You do have advantage not just from moving silently in stealth, but also because you do have cover here with the tall grass. So anytime
So
you
we add
duck
11. I'll
down
just-
and hide, you can do that.
I'll roll another one just to see. Plus 11, so 26.
Yeah. Successfully, you
All right.
feel confident at this point that you're getting into this cover of this grass and that you'd be able to pull yourself up and be able to shoot without them realizing your presence.
And then I'll end my turn there.
Okay, ending turn.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. More of the creatures are beginning to pull themselves. This creature is going to crest over the hill, 40 feet here on movement towards you, Kanan. Based
shit,
on the
Kanan, I'm
conditions,
sorry.
it's going to be a dash to get to your point. No attack is going to be made on that as well. Claire, you're up.
Okay. Let's see if we here. Ooh.
12 hits. Takes the blow. Lumbers back and forth.
One more.
Next blast. 19 hits, striking through, and that is going to deal a blow here. The Undead Fortitude is not automated current state, so I'm actually having to do these manually here. That is not going to be successful in uptaking them. 15 points of damage is going to be sufficient enough to be able to crush through the bonework into the chest cavity, and that undead falters to the ground and does not rise.
Ready then. Do it.
Out of the corner of your eye, lizard folk holding spears, shadowy energy tendrils through them as they lumber through the grass in the direction of the moans. They are then going to see you, Lance, and as they do so, they are going to step forward through this fog and the shadows and appear closer in destination and presence. As they get to this point, they are going to look in the direction of you with teeth lashing about, snarling, and they're going to rotate around you and get towards your backside with a dash, as if to cut off movement. I see snarl whipping from left to right. There's going to be another one here. This one is going to move 30 feet and come from the same spot, and is going to do the same exact point here using the fog as they step through it and they appear, making their dash, and they're going to come side by side, adjacent spot. Another creature lumbers through. This one is going to pass into the space of the tree. Dash action to get here, as they're called. More undead begin to run. I'm hearing sounds of a keyboard. Over a hot mic. Perhaps in frustration from all the undead that are coming at us.
Typing angrily.
It's still less than the siege. We're fine.
Right, Pip, now come to you. Creatures undead are beginning to funnel through your ranks here as you're formed. The shadowy lizard folk has made a dash into the direction of Olas. Olas is not stealthed anymore because they took the disengage on their action. They did not duck down into the grass such as you, Jax, and that's called the attention of that lizard folk. Pip, you're unsure if your stealth is holding here, or if the lizard folk just simply went at that wolf instead of you.
Let's see. I'm gonna risk. Oh, let's do.
second. Dang it. Stupid. Hang on. Hang on, cancel that. Ay. Complete previous. Cast spell. There we go. Oh, I can't get all three. Sorry, Kanan.
So you're on your vision, you actually cannot see the tree right now. It's just outside. It's just on the edge of your vision. So I
Oh, I was trying to get the third guy next to Kanan.
No, I
didn't
know.
notice it.
No, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Is that you basically threw the hypnotic pattern out into the fog because you can't see that far, but you threw it out there. All three targets, the tree and the two ogre zombies, will fall prey to the hypnotic pattern.
Yeah, it's all pretty sure I can see Kanan get an attack. That's all I saw.
Yeah.
All right.
So
All
you got
right.
a fish by accident, is what he's saying.
Yeah, he fished and
Yeah.
you caught something.
Honestly, I did
That
not.
happens.
Honestly, I did not know where the tree was in this whole scenario. To be perfectly honest. Looks like Lance, you're the one that needs this the most because you're getting gained up on here. So
I mean, I think I'll be fine for now, but I appreciate it.
hang on, let me see why. Trying to find there. Nope, not that. Trying to get used to this whole using the bar and not my thing. And I don't know where it is in whatever. I'll just use this because we're taking up too much time.
Using the bar and not your thing? You're talking about the...
I use the pop-out menu, so I'm trying to use the little bar on top, but I don't know where
Gotcha.
Bardic Inspiration is under this thing.
Gotcha.
So, here you go.
Well, you're all making me want to roll back to the previous version here. Putting pop out back. We'll just go ahead. We'll just sit on that forever. We'll never change. I love it.
Pop up.
Rest in peace. Honestly, we should get a petition, petition or something like that. Yeah, to Foundry Tropos or whoever, DD5e. See if we can get them over on that. Jax. Undead lumbers from the left side here. Doesn't seem to notice you, but notices your wolf as it makes a dash running forward. Another shadowy lizard folk here appears. They're going to begin to step through the fog. And as they do, they will go ahead and come in front to the front left and to the right of Luskier. Turn. Numbers forward here. This is going to be a dash to get to that point.
We do have to put Blue Gear back in the turn order, by the way.
Oh, I did. Uh-oh. Damn, I got so many things going on. I even made a note to myself. I was like, remember to put him back into the turn order. Alright, before I put him back in, let's go ahead and take his turn. How about that? So what is Flusgear doing here?
I had told him to fall back and cover the rear flank, so he would probably just be moving to keep pace with like Donlin and Claire.
Okay.
But now that there's one on him,
It's up to you how you interpret that. I forgot. I usually don't have
I
movement.
didn't think about it either.
I usually don't have movement of the creature, and then also have the same turn in the initiative.
So he
That's
was-
the thing. Technically, on that turn, he had already taken like half his movement. So I don't
Yeah, he went
necessarily
10. He went 10 feet and took no action. So he has
Yeah.
40 feet of movement left and an action to take.
Okay,
So
so let's just say he'll take the disengage on the action, and then he'll just move. I can't actually move him, but let's say he'll move down here.
okay, right there.
Yeah, he'll move. He can go like there.
Okay,
Try to get like some advantage pack tactic stuff going with.
okay.
Clouds up.
Because you can also go side by side. That'll give the pack tactics right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Okay. Let me go ahead and put them in now, so I don't forget get again. All right, they are in. That is 60 feet on the dash, and then that is going to be the step up to Olas there, ending, and another lumbering creature here begins to lumber forward from the left, coming into slight range of sight. We come down round 2. Lance, now come to you. Got us your party into this mess with that survival check. Someone upon a patrol of some kind. Unfortunate, you were in a fight to be able to get out of here. You have targets around you.
I'm going to tell Brunda, run and make noise, try to draw them away. You're faster than them. So Brunda is going to disengage, pulls me with them. Around the 30-foot mark, I am going to hop off. They're going to continue another 20 feet, which I think is the rest of their movements, northeast.
Okay.
Trying to make noise, trying to draw people toward them. It's not really a thing, but I am going to use a bonus action to... Where is that feature? The Nature's Veil to turn invisible. There it is. Thank you. So do I need to apply act? Oh, you got it. Cool. Okay, and then seeing these big old walls of flesh bearing down upon Kanan, let's try to deal with some of those.
Yeah. I didn't click anything there, by the way, David. That just does it.
Or action.
It
oh, cool. Because it gave me a prompt saying like apply active effect. So
it does that with the new D&D 5e system, and it's going to keep doing that, and it'll just push through it if it's automated.
Remember, some of them are hypnotic.
Yeah, I saw the condition effects. It's like, oh yeah, they're still incapacitated. Maybe I'll actually sleep in that way.
The one that's right next to Kanan to his right is not, though.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
You've also seen him attack, and you understand probably that at least one of them is about to get woken up.
Yeah, get smacked. Okay, he's gonna I'm gonna deal with these lizard folks so they don't try to flank behind Donlin and Claire and Blue Scare and Telzak. So I'm gonna attack this one here. Shockwave.
Yeah. Comes with the advantage from the invisibility. 23 is going to hit and deal 13 points, accepting mutation.
So they get moved.
Then, is your veil hold true even after you attack?
Yes, it's greater invisibility for till the end of next round, essentially.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. That is going to ricochet south.
Now we have a clump of lizard folks.
Indeed.
Here
Cluster.
they are, clustered, preparing to die. What do you think?
The avoidance of splinters through.
Okay. The Horde Breaker attack is going to attack the unharmed one.
Okay. 26 hits. That deals 12.
And it ricochets north.
Okay. 23 hits, and that'll kill that lizard folk.
Okay.
It's close to their chest.
And then the extra attack attacks the same one.
Okay, setting up the extra attack for the ricochet. 21, 14. Or this is the extra attack. Okay.
Yes, this is the extra attack, and it ricochets south.
Okay.
Do these lizard folk look armored?
They have bone armor.
Yeah. What the hell? I'll go ahead and throw that Bardic Inspiration on there. Not sure an 18 is. They might have like 18-ish.
26.
That Bardic.
Points. Kill all 3.
Thank you for the Bardic, sir.
What I do.
And that will be my... Actually, I'll back up a little bit because I have 15 feet of movement myself. And that'll be my turn. Thank you.
All right, ending turn. Donlin, we now come to you.
Well, I didn't think I was going to have to do this. But I'm going to go ahead and dismount.
He's dismounting! He's getting up Tarzan!
You're breaking the
and
turn.
then I am breaking the turn order. I'm going to Giant's Might.
Oh, did you hit it, dude?
Yeah, I'll roll Todd Zog in a second. I'm going to attack this guy.
All right, 21 hits, you do 14. 16 hits, you do 14. Right.
End my turn.
Ending
It's
turn.
my turn again. Huzzah!
I know.
I'm bugged because it just came back to my turn.
Nah,
when you added the initiative for Todzog, it went backwards to add him in. That's basically what happened. So, all right, we have incapacitated and charmed, ending there. Now we have this creature here. Fluskir has approached Claire, Todzog, Donlin, because you've grown. They're going to try to draw attention to you. Swinging Morningstar here, 9 is going to be a miss. And then it's going to be a low-end strike in the direction of Todzog. 14 is a miss as they swing wildly. So one comes towards you, you're able to kind of parry the blow, and then they swing low, and you kind of stomp down to try to impede the Morningstar as it swings through. We now come to Todzog on the turn order here.
Todzog is going to disengage. And he is actually going to dash around everyone and try to get Claire out of here, following everyone else's lead. And then he will end his turn.
Okay, ending turn. Claire, with or without your permission, you're being escorted away from the battlefield.
I'm out of danger? Oh no.
Return, soldier!
Oh, this has been the best with Todzog tonight. Run Claire into the fight. Run Claire away from the fight.
All right, so Kaden, you are surrounded, but there's only one that is actually going to be, one is dead already, and then there's going to be one that is the only one that's actually here as a threat to you. They're going to swing their Morningstar at you, and a 23 is going to be successful here.
Become immune to non-magical physical.
Okay, they're going to go for the next strike towards you. And for kicks and giggles, I will go ahead and swing again just for fun. But they are immune to you are immune to their attacks. They take the first Morningstar, they crush into your shoulder, harden your bones, shadowy tendril energy emanates from you. They kind of take the Morningstar back, and they rinse, and they just strike into the ground with a horrible miss as they kind of crush into the grass and the reeds. Hulking figures are continuing to charge forward from the left-hand side. Pip, they see you on Isga as he charges forward with his head down, shield raised forward. So swing his Morningstar from left to right, clearing space, ending turn. That was a dash to get to that point. Kanan, you're up.
Suppose we play it. Will empower and amplify the attack strike.
$23 is going to hit. You'll deal 25. Good roll there. 27 hits you 20 there. You are going to waken that one up from their stupor of incapacitation. As they lumber from left to right. Confused.
We'll do it again.
Rinse and repeat. 28, 14, 27, 14. Its tentacles merge from you. Power of divine Palor light.
Power of Pelor. That's going to end his turn.
Ending turn as the tentacles whirl, going back to you, using the powers to protect yourself. Jax, we now come to you. You are stealthed. Creature to your left does not seem to notice you. It's not looking down at you. It's looking over you.
So I wasn't planning on adding Olas in the beginning of the fight in turn order, but seeing that he has 2 on him now, do I have to add him or can he immediately follow me?
Okay, yeah. So let me clarify. The way I was trying to state here is that if you are wanting them to be independent combatants, then they're going to need to have their turn in the order. If you are
Okay.
going to, if you are going to plan on mounting them, then don't put them in the turn order, because if you're going to mount them up again, I don't want them in the order. So if it's going to be more or less that you're dismounting them, they're going to be fighting now, and that's not going to change, then that's totally fine. That's totally fine to roll them up, right? Kind of thing. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't really want him to fight in ways. So what I'm gonna do? Okay, I'll just use action to disengage, and I'll tell him to follow the others that he saw leave already, and
Okay.
just send him kind of
In the direction of
Oh,
retreating, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Um.
Yeah.
So
So,
then,
so Dustin,
sorry. Go ahead.
that's exactly what I was trying to say. If you don't want them in the fight, then don't roll them. Basically.
Yeah,
right?
I was debating about putting him in the fight, but it's just easier to get him out right now
Gotcha.
for me.
Cool.
So, all right. And then what I'm gonna do is, I guess I probably saw which one Donlin hit, so I'm gonna come around behind the guy that Donlin hit, and I'm gonna go ahead and attack him.
26 is going to be successful here, and sneak attack for a 23. You are stealthed. You're unseen to this, so you can get another D20 in if you want to crit fish.
Yeah, I'll crit fish.
Never know.
Nope. My mobile feat will let me disengage without using that, and I will. Let's see, I moved 20 feet to get here, so I have another 20. I'll move another 20 away from him, and I'll bonus action hide again.
Okay, I'll make a stealth check. $26.
I assume it's relying on movement sound. That's why I did advantage.
Movement sound, and also the fact that you have good cover. You're able to duck in. So you choose which one you want, and both give advantage.
Yep. All right, and then that will end my turn.
All right, blue scare.
He will close the gap with Donlin here, and then actually, I guess he could. Right, I have the sheet open.
Cold breath. All right. Yeah, you're going to get both there. Dex saving throws. One is miraculously going to save. Their modifiers are really bad. They're going to take 10. All right. And the bad roll, too. 48? You got 10?
10. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's a bad roll.
Nag it.
Jesus.
Clipping the grass, the reeds with the breath.
And that'll be his turn.
All right, ending turn. Kanan, here comes another 2 Morningstar strikes. First strike is a 25.
I will use my reaction once more to be immune to physical damage.
All right, and again, just for fun, striking, you're able to harden the shadow channel underneath this berry, hardening yourself, crushing it once and twice, impaling you into the ground, into the mud, as you brace against the attacks and the onslaught. Also, I did apply a different feature to you for Dark One's Blessing. I don't know if it's working, but supposedly it has an actual effect. Your previous one somehow got removed. So we'll have to clue in if another enemy dies around you. We'll have to see if it works.
Yeah.
Claire, you're up.
Alright, it's about here.
All right, 29. That is going to be successful. 13 points of damage. Next attack, 21. That is going to be 19, and that is going to be successful, crushing through the bonework of their abdomen into their chest cavity, prompting for a save. Not enough for them to survive.
Man, as much as I like being on top of this thing, I'm not leaving everybody behind. See if nope, I can't dismount.
All right,
I love it. I love it. He can't even get off.
I got you. There you go.
Foot's caught and stir up. Just like, no, wait.
I'll do it. Yep. Here. Done.
All right. Charmed, incapacitated from the hypnotic pattern here. That's going to be an end. We now come to this lizard folk on the left. They're going to run up 15 feet, and they look towards you, Pip. The first bite towards your leg. 17 hits you, Pip, as they bite down with acid and piercing into your lower left of your leg, prompting for a concentration check of your hypnotic pattern maintained. Then they drive the spear towards you. 15 hits, dealing only 3, but still enough to prompt another check. Successful there. They then are going to use their bonus action as they step, and they are going to step just on the back right-hand side of you through the fog. And they end their turn. Pip, you're up next.
Inconvenient spot. Let's see. Actually, probably take the one that's south. So I'm going to risk breaking my wand here. I know I have to roll a d20 after this. But I'm going to do an ice storm. Oh, can I get all 3 of them? Yeah.
Wowza.
It's a nifty, so hang on. I'll roll my d20 here too in a minute, once that's all done.
Alright, so the ice storm comes down. Each creature will have to make a saving throw here to survive the bludgeoning cold damage, and the hailstorms will make it difficult terrain as it goes. It looks like all 3 have failed the DC of 15 based on the wand, and applying damage. The shadowy lizard folk is crushed, and the other 2 are dismantled by the hail of the ice as it pales them on the upper torso. And now we come to using the remaining charges of your Wand of Winter. And by using the remaining charges, you can see as you whirl the air, the fog, into the water vapor to form the ice and begin to spiral down, it seems as though it begins to fracture. It's not able to power through. And yes, we are going to need to roll a d20. And on a 20, the wand melts away forever. All right, so a 10. The wand maintains itself, brittled at this point, needs to heal, regain its magical power, most likely for energizing the water vapor around it. You know you'll have to stow it away for another day.
Then I'm going to pull up my end my turn apparently. Nope. Did I end my turn on accident? No. How am I not? There it is. Inspiration. And then, since my mount, I can use his action to disengage and then run off, right? From this guy?
Yes, you can use the mount to disengage, and then you have 50 feet from the mount.
Alright, so then I'm going to come over here.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right, ending turn. Difficult terrain here as it begins to pull itself through. So this is going to be a dash to get all the way through, almost eclipsing on the other side. So it pulls through the ice, hulking with its tower shield, kind of raises it up through the spikes as it crushes through. It lets out a large groan. It's just kind of lumbering through. Ending its turn. Donlin. Looks like it's a giant off. Parry the blow down to the grass and the muck. It comes in through another swing. 20 is going to hit you as it swings through to your right side. Spikes impaling through. You do, I believe, have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and I think you have a relic form of it, so it is going through. 13 half to only 6 points of damage. Barely a scratch. Next, Undead. This is going to be barreling right in to the Ice Storm field. Creature's intelligence are pathetic, and you see it kind of gets caught up in there as a dash. It's kind of being pulled towards the conflict. Coming to the next round. Lance, you're up.
Okay. Seeing that I am no longer invisible, do I still hear people, zombies to my either far north or far south or behind me.
For that, you're going to have to do a perception check. Passive perception-wise, what it can give you is the sounds of the large hulking movements, and the moaning and groaning is really much in front of you to the left. There's not much else
Okay.
elsewhere that you can hear passively.
Not yet. Okay. Well, I will. Let's see. Oops, a little bit closer. So it looks like of the bunch, Kanan probably needs the most help. He's got 3 by himself. So I will. Let's see how I'm going to do this. I'm going to go for the middle one first.
Okay.
And
25. That is going to deal 12 points of bludgeoning damage. And
Okay.
thunder.
and it ricochets north.
Ooh, charmed, incapacitated, 14. Still clanks onto the black metal shield.
Bonk. No dice. That's okay. Maybe for the better.
You had to miss anyone. That would probably be the one.
Yeah. Horde Breaker attack to the one to the south.
Okay.
Man, not too well. I should've done
13.
them
Sorry,
still.
12. No flank there. 12. That's a miss.
Okay. Then I'll target the one that I shot in the middle. There.
27 hits, and that is going to bring them down to 14 damage there, and they succumb to death. Looks like they're going to prompt, and they do not rise
Huzzah.
after you crush into their chest.
And it ricochets south.
Ricochet 26 is successful, dealing 13 points of bludgeoning and thunder damage.
Okay. And I will throw a distracting strike maneuver on that. A for the extra damage, and B for when Kanan goes to try and finish it, you'll hopefully
Okay.
have some advantage.
So 3 points of extra damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
And nope. I think that should be it.
All right. Ending turn. Donlin.
Oh, we're gonna do what Donlin does best. We're gonna
So-
swing away.
17, 13 as you come up down into their chest, collarbone, smashing through, splintering the black metal armor. 23 from left to right, pulling it out. 14. You're able to get around that black tower shield into the rib cage. Pull it out. They're still lumbering, moving left to right.
Bonus action, I am going to second wind. Sweet.
Second wind, healing back 13.
Turn.
Godzog.
So seeing as how Claire got off, he's going to put himself between Claire and the giants. Just gonna run up and bite.
All right, 19 is going to hit here. It'll deal 9 points of damage. Sorry. Try to attack on saving throw there for some reason. It is going to succeed on the prone, so they're not all prone. They're going to take 9 points of piercing damage.
That will end his turn.
Ending turn, Kanan. See it staggering from side to side, distracted, but it looks towards you, swings its Morning Star down, and deals. Oh, it gave. The distracting strike gave it advantage.
Gave it advantage.
Yeah.
I'm distracted. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we definitely gotta fix your back row though, because or your effect, because that I'm seeing the flag on it, and for some reason.
Yeah, it's
All right, hold on here.
actually, now that I think about it, was distracting strike one where I had to target Kanan first instead, or maybe that was I don't know.
No,
because
the
it's for anybody. It's not.
No, it was
The-
Commanding Strike was the one where I had to target someone
Yeah.
else.
It
Yeah.
should be grant advantage all is what it should be. I can see it right now. It switched it to a passive for some reason.
I know. And now we know.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this worked up here. All right, let's see if that'll work for it. For now, I'll turn it off. All right. Next attack coming through. 17 is a miss, both missing. You dodge once, and then you take out your staff. You're able to parry the second blow gracefully to the ground. How long does the ice storm last? Like 10 turns. It lasts a long time, right? The effect. I think it does.
I thought that one was just instantaneous damage, and then the difficult terrain stays.
Till the hailstorms turn the storm's area effect into difficult terrain until the
Till the
end
end of my next
of
turn.
your next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 round. Sorry.
Yep. So we're still there till he comes around. Difficult terrain. So that, yeah, this is a dash to get here then, just to get through that storm. No swings on that one from your bottom left. So I kind of need to know. Kanan, you're up.
Let's see. Get here. All right, I need some delicate maneuvering here. There.
I see what you did there. That's funny. Stay within range. Stay within reach of the morning star.
Yep.
Ooh, natural
Oh,
one for the first one.
The second one's no.
16 hits. And that is also going to hit, and you're going to kill 2 targets here. It looks like it is working. We're going to try to give it to you. So we're going to have this amount of damage here. I'm going to roll a saving throw for the Undead Fortitude. Natural 20. That one is going to go to 1 hit point and still stay alive. And then your next attack will deal 24. And then I will apply the 15 points of temporary, or you already have it, so it's not going to do anything.
Yeah. All right, now we will do it again.
All right, you unleash
On the,
once.
on the 2 that are left. So target the dead one.
Okay, so you rip through that shadowy
It
list of focus.
actually
that
it lights up the grid now. I don't even know if I need to target them.
Are you talking about? Oh, that. Okay, so if you do have, you see that you're hovering over a weapon and it's lighting up the grid. That's actually tactical grid. That's the same
Was that the range?
module that lights the grid sometimes. Yeah, so it actually is working to tell you what your weapon range is or your spell range is just by hovering
That's
over.
cool. That's nice. All right. Anyway. Yep.
Next attack, 26, dealing 14. 26, dealing 11, and that is also going to take it out again. It was only going up to 1 from the end of Fortitude, and it's unable to bring itself back. You're able to regain 15 from that, and again, does not add any more since you're.
Now that one's dead, I will shimmy over here in anticipation of more coming this way. And that'll end his turn.
I do gotta chuckle at the thought that you can just keep killing undead, and then they're arising, and then you keep healing
Just like
yourself.
keep healing off of them? Yeah.
Actually, a pretty good idea for like a big baddie. Like you just keep skilling for fucking to gain health.
Yeah.
You're dead. Give me that life.
There was a game that did that where he had minions and he would just squish them
Squish
to gain
them.
health.
Yeah. Jax.
All right, so I'm gonna move 10 feet up here, attack this guy right there.
Hold down. Yeah, for the advantage.
I'm
That's a
holding
good
down
thing you
shift.
have.
I gotta look at my keys.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Sometimes it doesn't work. It honestly
It's
super
all good.
stinky. Throw up the hands. You can click
It's
it
all
again.
good. I will roll another d20 though, obviously.
All right, 13 plus modifiers will hit. Go and roll 46. And
Oh,
ooh,
God.
that roll on the sneak attack, additional lives.
Oh, that's a horrible turn for me.
At least it wasn't the one.
Before I take, yeah, that's true. So I'll not disengage, but mobility will allow me to. I'll come over here. I'll use my bonus action to hide again.
Okay.
And
You
then
go invisible.
Olas, seeing everybody over here, will just kind of move this direction to be around the others, and that will end my turn.
It's staying with the group. All right, Fluzgear.
Yeah.
Blue Skier is gonna whirl around behind Donlin to this side. Reeton.
Using me as a shield, huh?
Well, I was trying to get beside you, but I just wanted to go around. But we're both large, so it was confusing. And then he will go for a. Oh, let me see if his thing recharges too.
The breath. Failure.
Does not. Yeah, and then he will.
Bite 24. You can crit fish if you so choose to. 7 points piercing damage since you are 5 feet below.
That's right. Back to this.
Call 13. No crit. 7 points of damage still.
And that'll end his turn.
They did succeed on the saving throw, so they are not knocked prone. Claire's up.
Alrighty. Let's not mess with the good thing.
17, successful. 16 points of damage, splintering through their back. Take the blow as it glows. The energy whirling through their wound here. 19 hits, 12 points. They have wobble from left to right, staggering, crushing into the ground.
Alrighty.
Still up. This one. Charmed, back pattern, ending turn, and I think we're going to come around to you. Dip.
Okay. Might as well free this one up. Can't use my wand anymore. So no Ray of Frost. I'm just gonna talk it to death.
Talketh to death.
To shreds, you say?
So 4 points of damage. It is going to fail. It's going to take 4 points of damage, and it is going to die. However, it is going to arise.
I really didn't like that one.
It turns around to you. It's rejuvenated as it turns and looks towards you and stares daggers into your heart.
What did you say about my mother?
She was a nice lady. Actually, I think I'm good on saving my inspiration. Because Kanan, do you still have it?
Yes.
Donlin, you look fine right now, so I'm just gonna save my last one, and so I kind of move a little bit further back. Oh, I'm on this go. That's why. A little bit further back, and not too much, but just enough. And then my turn.
Ending turn, drawn here. This one looks around, unable to see. Its attacker approaches the biggest target it can find. Donlin, 2 swings, natural 1. Next attack, 21, successful, halving 12 to 6. Again, barely a scratch as it whirls, advancing your blade, your axe to parry the blows down. And true to form, I wasn't kidding, it's going to run at you. Donlin, you can make an attack of opportunity if you want to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You say one bad thing about an undead's mother.
Go for it.
Oh, boy!
Don't worry, I'm like, you're not getting
Crushes.
the pip.
Takes 5. Then it leaves dead. You crush through its back. It wobbles 5 more feet, stomping to the ground, then knees, then forward landing with a large lurch, sliding to its death. Kanan approaches, swings once, 19, misses. Next attack, natural 1, misses. Ending turn, next round, Lance is up.
Okay. Let's see, who do we have still crowded together? Not that, oh, actually, yeah, no, there are a couple. So, I did not mean to put my hand up, but Button did that.
H.
H.
Ah. Okay.
You did it
I
again?
have to do it a second time for good
You
measure,
did
just
it
to make
again?
sure. And Lance is just like, teacher!
My check card!
I'm going to hit the unharmed one to the west of Canaan.
Okay.
Let's see, back to inventory. Oh my god.
Ooh,
I'm losing my mind
13.
here.
That is going to be a miss. Tower shield
Okay.
raised. Crashes in.
Ricochets to the northeast.
When he hits
Yes.
13.
I will move that target, thank you. Go left. Okay, I get my Horde Breaker attack against the one that was successfully ricocheted against.
16 hits. 15.
Good. Ricochets back to the uninjured.
15 is a miss.
He just stays incapacitated. That's fine.
I'm losing my mind here.
At least you're not waking him up.
That one
that
is
was
not incapacitated.
Yeah, he's attacking these two.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, I'm attacking the two next to Kanan, not the guy that's
Oh.
Yep.
incapacitated.
Yeah. Pip, you can't say anything.
No, I'm not. This
You
is
got
out
the
of
fog. You can't say it.
You shut
I
your
really
mouth,
can't.
you bard boy. It's gonna. Let's see. So that was the ricochet on the Horde Breaker attack that missed. So now I will do extra attack against the.
Yeah, you're an
Injured
extra
one.
deck now. Yeah. 26 hits. That'll do 10.
Okay, and ricochet back to the uninjured one.
25
And
hits.
he's no longer
15.
uninjured. Okay. I'm going to keep moving a little bit southeast. Pip. Brunda, I assume, has ineffectually gone distracting enemies, so he was off the map. And that would be my turn.
Alright, ending turn. Donlin, you're up next.
Alright, well, we're going to turn to the next target. And we're going to keep swinging.
Right, swing away. 25, 20 points of damage, crushing with the Great Axe to deal things. Legendary weapon, 18, 19 points of damage once and twice. The lumbering creature is swaying from side to side, still up, as you gut through its abdomen, ripping its desiccated organs into the ground.
Yeah, that will end my turn.
Ending turn. Still charmed, incapacitated, is the giant tree. Out of this fight, Todzog.
He will. He gets his breath back.
Breath is failure. Fight 24, successful. 11 points of damage dealt. That is going to take out the creature. And as you deal that 11 points of damage, you can see if it begins to arise once more, and it is unable.
And Todzog's turn.
Ending turn, Todzog, as the organs spill out, as you see this creature hunches down, Todzog jumps up and continues to rip through its skin, desiccated, necrotic, begins to tear apart, falters in half of a body. Kanan, 2 swings from the top side. 8 and 23. 23 is going to be successful, striking down upon you, clipping into your shoulder, and strikes through that temporary, that black energy that embodies you. Kanan, you're up.
Rather rude. We will amplify tentacle strike.
Hey, setting out another tentacle as it whirls from your body and sprawls. 15 is dealt. The one to your left, 23 is dealt, doing 13 points of damage. It is going to be able to take that one out, but let's see if it arises once more. That is going to meet the DC, and it does arise, but that still gives you the 15 temporary. Replenishes you back up.
One more time.
15 is a miss, 27 is a hit, dealing 17 to the one to the left. The 15 was a miss to the top side.
That's going to end his turn.
Ending turn. His tentacles whirl from you. The creatures remain still standing, brutally injured from your tentacles as they puncture and lacerate through. By Pelor's divine light, the undead will fall.
All right, I'm gonna take my movement up there, and I'm going to attack the one to the west, I guess, southwest-ish
Okay.
of Canaan.
Jack starting through the grass, Naruto running. 20 is a hit.
See if I'm gonna crit fish here
28
as well.
points of damage dealt. And still crits.
Yeah, that was all my movement to get up there. So I'll just stay here for this now.
Okay. Ending turn. Fluskier's up next.
Alright, so you can come up here and let's check his breath again just for giggles. Failure. And he will bite this one.
Comes in for a bite. That is a 10 with the flank. They do have pack tactics. You can re-roll if you so choose.
Oh, that's right. I always forget to do that.
17
Alright.
plus modifiers will hit. That is 8 points of damage dealt. Because they die, they have no saving throw to have here, so we're going to have them go prone in terms of conditions. And then I will roll a saving throw here. That is going to be a failure. There's it.
He will move back down. On his turn.
All right, Claire, you're up.
We, let's see.
Turning the tide of this fight as the undead horde lies around you, Claire, you push forward to continue to assault battery against these blasts. The undead, 10 points of damage dealt. That one will also fall, prompting it is then going to arise after it begins to stumble, pulling life back.
Bad boy, back down.
Try to send it back down with a strike to the chest that deals 8. And they're going to rise once more.
That's all I got.
Chest missing at this point. It's pretty much brutally just ripped apart out of them. Pip.
I'm going to talk this one to shit. Maybe.
Vicious mockery comes through. Creature fails with a 4. It's going to take 4 points of damage. And we are going to see. It is going to succeed the DC, and it is going to arise again.
The creature said, "No, not today, Satan."
Well, that's all I can do.
It's alive and well, Jax. You chose not to fall back or stealth.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to swing at you. 11 with a disadvantage misses as strikes into the ground. And I'm a fair and generous god. Next attack is a Caden. 18 is a miss.
Okay.
Lance, you're up next.
Shuffle, shuffle, grumble, grumble. Yeah, one near dead over there. Yep, I'll just go ahead and try to deal with that one since the other two are disabled at the moment.
17, 16 points. We are going to see if this will fall. Natural.
Oh!
Yes! Last blow as it finally teeters back to the ground like a towering hole. Begins to fall, crushing into the grass.
Most excellent. Okay, he is going to.
Well, question: if I continue Hypnotic Pattern and never stop it until we run away, do we have to still do
Yeah, we
combat?
could just run away. Yeah.
You could,
Yeah.
if that's
Yeah.
what you choose. That's entirely
We
up
could
to
just
you.
run
all.
to the north.
But
Well, that's where the tree is.
No, yeah,
past
we.
the tree.
so the
Well, the tree's
conversation
gotta go
this
north anyway.
So out of character, the conversation comes to you have no enemies that are currently present on the battlefield right now. They're not in your line of sight. You have no perceptions to indicate that enemies are pursuing you at this point, except for the 2 that are hypnotically patterned, one of which is outside of your range, I think still. Pretty much everyone's range on the north side because Token's so massive. Given the amount of rounds that you currently have for the hypnotic pattern still left, you could end combat here and do a tactical retreat to a safe place based on your perceptions and get out of the horde that is moving and patrolling this area.
That would be ideal, yeah.
That's ideal.
We're going north, right?
All right.
We're trying
No,
to.
we were headed west previously, but that was a miscalculation. My vote is go back the way we came and then try to renavigate.
And then go north, yeah.
Yes.
Backtrack in our
Or we
own
could just go to the
footsteps.
tower.
What tower?
Oh, the Soltoric Tower.
The tower,
City
the problem
that's
is,
on the other side of the lake?
yeah.
No, it's not on the other side of the lake. It's to the west of the lake.
Yeah,
Be
all the
exactly-
way there. We're
north-
all the way down here.
West. Well, oh, I see.
That's like all the way on the other side of the fortress. We were looking for
And-
something on this side of the fortress.
Well, yeah, but, you know,
After the
one's
attack
easier to find.
of the undead horde, we stumbled upon the undead that lurk in the tall grass throughout. We imagined that we went a little bit too far in our trek in some direction. We stumbled upon the territory that they moved through. We then began to do a tactical retreat, pulling back in the direction that we came from. In order to do that, we need a successful survival check to track and retrace our steps. Who is leading that?
I could try again if I'm still the best at it.
I mean,
Yeah.
my survival's
Go in.
shit. So
Yeah, mine's a +7. I think yours is +8. So
Okay, well, then that's what we got. I'll try it again.
Steady as she goes.
Still not much better. Are you
11.
proficient in it? Can you help?
yeah, my proficient. I don't.
If you are
Or is it just because
if
of
you are
Bardic or the half proficient?
I'm
thing?
half proficient.
if you are full proficient, you can help with survival. I do not believe anybody in the party though is.
I'm only half proficient.
No, I'm just having bad luck today. That's all.
11.
I
you do
mean-
not need, as far as the check goes, this is really just to retrace your steps. These are really recent tracks. This is not difficult tracking by any means, nor getting your bearings. You're able to funnel yourself back to the tree line, which is a number of hundreds of feet here in terms of distance. It does take some time. Remember, you moved in a direction, and now you're doubling back upon yourself. You feel tired and fatigued, such as that you've went through a day at this point. You can continue to push ahead, risking exhaustion, or you might try to find a place to rest at this stage.
I could set up my. If you guys, I'm getting tired. I could put up my hut. We could sleep.
Oh,
Just
no.
remember, the Rangers of Evrai have distracted the Trillia Rangers. As soon as that stops, which most likely has already happened given the amount of time that it's taken, they will begin to fall back, tending to their own wounds.
It would be better to
direction
find
that
the
you all
mine
are.
and then
Yes.
rest there, but
that's what I was thinking too. Find the mine and rest in the entrance or in the mine itself with your tiny hut.
Okay,
That
exhaustion
that'll
it
do.
is.
I mean, yeah. If you're worried about that, we can give you a hand with that. I have a couple more potions of the exhaustion curing.
yeah, Lance has
We're
drugs.
fine.
Pushing ahead, as we feel tired from the amount of fighting we've had on this day, as well as the travel, we begin to try to find the direction using the same logic as we had prior, having maybe a better chance at stumbling upon something. Go ahead and make another survival check.
Before you do,
Okay.
I can inspire you this time. In
That
fact,
would
I'm
help.
going to do that. That means
Guidance.
I'll- Oh, you have
We
guidance?
have guidance too. We got
Oh.
guidance
Inspiration
in the
and
party?
guidance.
What is
Brother.
happening?
I only have one
All right.
inspiration yet, so if you have guidance, that's better.
So
Okay.
D10, and then a D4 you can add on to your roll. There.
Wait, so you're doing both? I thought he was saying he was saving.
Are you
yeah, I'm
saving
gonna
your
save.
party?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
save my bardic then. Continue
So
to
just
guidance.
the just the
we're about to take a
D4.
long rest when we get there.
Fuck me!
It wouldn't have
It
worked
wouldn't have
anyway.
mattered. Wow.
All
God
right.
damn it! So much, Mr. Wild. Wait, whatever. Whatever.
You're fired.
You're fired? That's fucking great.
I would say you only have one job, but you have many jobs. But oh my god,
Oh god.
Make Constitution saving throws. Oh my god, here come the nat 20s. Pip, Jax, Kanan, you three are exhausted at level 1. You are tired as you push through the grass and stumble as best as you can. Eventually you're going to reach an area that is not necessarily harmful. Not that your passive perceptions can yield, by any means. Dropping tokens down on the board. I am also going to advance the time clock just a little bit to trigger some effects from ending. Your hex, I think, at this point will end. It's only an hour, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, how long? Because I was trying to read how long a hypnotic pattern actually lasts. Is it just until I break concentration?
It lasts a minute, I believe.
Okay.
So gives you some time to begin to retreat, and those creatures are not fast enough for your wolves. Wolves are not on the board. This is, for intents and purposes of walls, you're going to collide a little bit here. What you are stumbling upon, Lance, as you begin to follow through is a submerged area, the south side of Crepple Lake. You do feel like you're still on the south end of the lake, but you have gone in a random direction. You might pull yourself. In terms of bearings, it's difficult to tell if you've gone too west or too east. You're trekking through a large area of miles, square miles, and you've stumbled upon what resembles that of ruins. Structures here cling old and decrepit as they've grown from vine and other forms of algae aquatic, and there is what resembles that of slight tombstones every so often. The tombstones are that of rocks that have been built up. Very old.
Pip,
We can't mute it! Alright, did that mute him for everybody?
brother.
Okay. Did that mute his mic?
I don't
Is it
hear him
just-
anymore.
Okay. I think I applied a mute to him. I didn't do a server rate though. I did it from my end though, so that way if he talks, just let me know. So the graves that are there are not, they've been overgrown, so you're going to find them in the grass because they're literally just small towers of rocks that have been piled together. They're not like fancy masoned tombstone heads or anything like that. You might find one in a fern, you might find one in adjacent to a structure, and it almost as if they are independent. They're not mutually exclusive to that of the structures. In fact, having a dwarf here in masonry and stonework, and also the growth being a ranger, it would suggest to you that these were placed more recently than the structures that have been destroyed. It's unpaused.
Perhaps this is where those other rangers bury their dead.
Doesn't particularly
You
like
think it's- I was just thinking to say, one, we probably need to spread out and look for a mine, and two, Lance, hope this is the right spot.
Now,
Mom,
coming into range through the walls, Donlin, you see that there are mason tomb heads through in a space similar to that of a chapel adjacent.
to answer your question, I think that we have yet farther to go. It's not really exactly what I was thinking of.
So you step
Out of
foot into the
morbid-
chapel. Go ahead.
As out of morbid curiosity, Lance would look down the well and see if it is also connected to an underground waterway by chance.
You look down the well and you can see that there is a shallow pool of water over top of muck and mud. The well has been filled from erosion over time. Chapel here, and the wood is decrepit, old, and rotten. A bell from above has crashed down into the floor. There's signs of war and conflict that have come through. Kanan, you grab onto the stone to your right, and you see that it is marred, etched by acid. fact, most of the chapel and its outer walls have been hit by some form of acid in gallons.
Well, the dragon's been here. Are there any markings as to who this temple was dedicated to anywhere?
Make a religion check.
That is Vluskir. He is not good at religion.
Come on, Vluskir, you can do it. Chapel is dedicated to, appears to be some god that is known as Phalaris, which is the god of the hunt. It's a Feywild god, a minor god.
Must be a relic from when it was still the Redwood.
You're able to ascertain this knowledge by ways of some of the ruined mantles of beasts and other bestiary type that are hanging upon the walls that are still standing the test of time in their taxonomy work. Almost as if they are relics of their religion, something giving to the god of the hunt would need to be able to perform rituals and have success hunting and other mechanisms of the forest.
Perhaps we can do a ritual and see if the god of the hunt can guide us to the mine shaft, because we have yet to be successful in our search. Does anybody know anything about hunting rituals?
I'm a city boy, not me.
I mean, hunting can't be that different than like fighting in a coliseum. You gotta like take care of your prey. Didn't you just actually go through this whole like moose ritual thing? Blood? Maybe it wasn't a moose. Maybe it was a goat.
Oh, that was less about hunting and more about mating.
Fornication.
It's a very similar-ish concept.
I don't
It's a
need to hear
primal need.
any more stories about how you hunt.
That was
yeah,
what I was
like,
getting at. It's a
I'm not
primal
happy.
need.
I'm
Man.
happy that you no longer have that goat.
Wow.
Wow.
Dad.
The spirit
Odzog,
of the
are you
goat
okay?
emerges from the bell as it begins to form.
Look, man, I was just saying that food, they're just primal urges. Hunting is one of them. That's the thing. It's just, okay. You have to have food.
Look,
Why you gotta overcomplicate?
I'll just say that the longer we spend here, although maybe beneficial, the more likely the distraction is going to be done, and we're going to run into more of these rangers heading back this way.
Yeah, Donlin's already on his knees. Like, I'm gonna try to reach out to this god in the temple. I'm actually gonna go find one of the beastie figures and like set it up and like try to make a little like mini altar the way that I would Thrym with like a bowl and offerings and type of stuff. And then probably throw some jerky in there because that's the closest thing I have to actual food right now.
Who doesn't love jerky?
Go for some jerky right about.
Honestly, I could go for jerky, yeah, for sure. I was
Okay.
like, man, that sounds good, man. Got me hungry.
Kind of does.
All right, so you're performing this ritual. Go ahead and make a religion check here. Let's see if you can put it together.
I am not good for this at all.
That's not bad.
Give me 1 second here.
I just find it funny that none of us in this party apparently know how to hunt.
I mean, I would think Lance would know how, but given his current roles, probably not.
Taking everything I have right now not to mess with Donlin.
Go ahead.
Right, so Donlin, after some time here, about 10 minutes or so performing this ritual, grabbing some necessary reagents, Keenan, you're watching onward. Seems about sound. You feel that if they're going to reach a deity at this stage in your travels, looking for guidance, giving some remembrance to a sacred place such as this would be able to do that. And Donlin seems to have honored this god. And from the reagents performing this ritual, you can see the beginning to wisp, almost this bluish wispiness. And also, there is a sound of a horn in the distance being called. And from the graves, through the grass and the foliage here, which has life, I might add, never described that entirely, but a lot of the foliage and the undergrowth actually has life in this area. It's not everything turned and destroyed. You kind of maybe have an idea of why that is, right? And that is a large elk that begins to glow slightly, begins to pull itself in the direction of the graves, looking around to them. Lets out its call. I actually could kind of mimic an elk call, but I do not believe my microphone can pick it up because of my software, so I'm not going to do it for the sake of my voice. You are welcome to imagine the elk calling.
Donlin, I believe you've made a friend out here.
Oh.
Do
No,
not
that's
attempt to fornicate with it.
Are these your fallen? Well, no, the graves are too recent. Hi, I'm Donlin. I guess we could start there.
You see it looks towards you, and it takes itself and stomps into the ground. One of the masoned graves that are old here begin to stomp into it.
So it's stomping into the old graves, not the new graves.
And then, as it begins to push for the nearby bush, nestles its horns and begins to reveal. And as it does, it kicks some of those rocks and begins to tumble down. Starkingly growing inside of there appears to be a rose kind of flower that seems rather strange. As you stare at it longingly, you and the rest of the party, except for Claire, understand it to be one of the same flowers that grew at Paxina's house where Sylvana was living.
That makes a lot of sense.
So I take it you've been protecting this place then.
What's that other
That's
call?
my.
You know, guys, I could, if we have 10 minutes, think you'll still be here? I can cast a ritual and see if I can speak to it directly.
I don't know
think
that he'll
he's-
be here
he's-
this long.
He's kind of already speaking to him. He's just not speaking back.
Fair enough.
Me and my friends are hoping to set this place back in time to when this wasn't ruined. You wouldn't happen to know anything about some shadow elf things walking through here to a mine? You wouldn't know a direction, would you?
Shakes its head wildly. As it does, it takes its horns and thrashes. And as it does, it comes into a nearby tree and thrashes further into the tree. And as it clears some of the outer laying of the bark, it reveals large talon marks. Massive or gargantuan creature stares directly at you.
I'm going to pull out the Bane very not menacingly, and kind of give a half knee and not like a full knee like I would Thrym. It appears that the Grugash is the one that did all of this, and I would like to promise you that we are going to kill that dragon. Is there anything here that you think we would find useful in navigating these woods? Anything that you can do to help us?
around towards the rest of you, snorts its nostrils. As it does, picks a direction, and it begins to run in that direction, disappearing off the map.
I guess we follow it, huh?
Yeah,
Probably.
call the wolves and let's go.
Decent chance.
First gear, follow the moose.
Can I eat it?
I mean, you could try, but I don't think it would work.
I would just like to say, so far, the only things the Donlan has successfully talked to has been a moose and frog people.
Low intelligence creatures.
Progress.
Well, I mean, the elk spirit is not actually low intelligence, but it's manifesting itself. Yeah. That's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a nice observation. So you follow the spirit that has been conjured by Valaris as a spirit guide of some sort. What remains here is that there is a fight. I'm going to play a little bit on some intelligence, some things that Savannah had spoken about. Savannah had spoken about a battle between Freljord, Kalima, dragons. Dragon emerged at the end of that battle. Okay? The graves that were there, and the amount of Freljord, as well as the sight of destruction from acid and talons of the great beast, dragon, very well could be that was close by to what this place was, and it was caught up in that battle. Perhaps it was the site of the battle. The structures were ruined. Regardless of it, the spirit is taking you further into the grass, getting you in a better direction. It seems, according to you, Lance, you feel that you've gone too far to the east, and that is what led you astray. The spirit is simply taking you to the west, and further to the south slightly, getting around undead that horde patrol some of the outer edge of that crumpled lake. You then find yourself into a high mound of grass and earth. Nearby are carts, wagons, and wheelbarrows, loosely made and poorly crafted, to be able to extract material. They've dug into the earth, creating a makeshift mine. Its shaft, its opening is there. There's no track to this mine. Grass is clean, growing over top, reaching further into it, and natural vegetation are growing out of it to meet it. The opening is barely big enough for a medium-sized humanoid. The wolves will not be able to proceed further. Do you proceed?
I think so.
Go on inside and then find a place to hunker down for a bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. I'm exhausted.
Nice and cozy.
Let the wolves guard the entry.
Tasking the wolves to guard the entry. Some of you are exhausted. An exhaustion level of 1 is what has been applied to your tokens. Continuing to press forward into the mining shaft, you are entered into an area where the vegetation is continuing to grow and curl itself, some slightly unnaturally in a way. No light can really be seen down here, and yet this plant life is growing. The roots of trees from above, from the grasses, beginning to anchor into the rock, into the stone. Through some of the spacing, there has been cave-ins. Muck and erosion have kind of punctured through, and they've been shored up, if you will, by beams of wood and other bits of stone that the rangers have done. This is makeshift and shoddy work at best, and it's just barely enough to work itself into a natural formation. A tunnel begins to zigzag its way to the earth. It becomes wide enough, a distance of 200 feet to the left side of this map where it begins to open. Fortunately, your wolves just simply could not get through the opening of where they were digging to reach this place. This perhaps was part of the treasury, or maybe this is just simply an area that is concurrent, or a shoot-off, what that was. You don't really know. You don't care to know. You're just after this place, and it seems that it's very unilateral, one direction, if you will, in terms of where it's going. A lot of this bramble, the roots and the trees, have been conjured and moved, most likely by the hag's magic, to create a bridge across a large cavern. The sound of it is beginning to emanate, creating a river-like sound in your ears as it echoes through the space, suggesting you're exactly where you need to be based on the information presented by the hag.
Well, it seems we're here.
So it seems.
Feeling a little tired after the long day myself. Do we camp here or go a little further in?
Well, so there's one issue if we go in. It's dark down here.
We're gonna find something that'll want to kill us, probably.
I'm less worried about that and more worried about if we can see what wants to kill us.
How can you not
Oh
see
yeah, they could turn invisible
Oh,
in the dark.
No, I can see in the dark just fine.
Well,
They
you were
go
talking about the Rangers being
Yeah,
Yeah.
they turn invisible. Yeah.
But I can also see that.
Yeah, I can see them as well.
My thought is that Tiny Hut spell would do a pretty good job of blocking this off. If somebody were to come from either side, then we'd have an escape route out on the other end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could cast it like right here if you guys want here.
Block off the hallway and be able to run out either side. The Tony Hawk spell. The ultimate kick
Yeah, we get a
machine.
Yep.
Tony Hawk.
Grants advantage on the next acrobatics check while riding wheeled board vehicles.
Immediate success with the ultimate grind.
Oh my god.
Now, just a thought, but if we put down a random hut here in this walkway and block it off, and a random ranger just comes barging in and dumps into it,
They can't get to us though.
but
You
they're
got the
gonna
wolves.
know something is here.
You have the wolves, I thought, outside the entrance.
Yeah.
The wolves are also
Yeah.
covering the entrance. So.
Yeah, they're gonna
Is this
protect
a
you.
one way? Or...
Can I put it here?
Seems one way.
As far as you know.
Yeah, it'll go through objects.
Okay.
Okay, tiny hut conjured, and you. I love the fucking artwork for that.
That is pretty
God,
cool.
Yeah.
it's my new favorite thing, man. Come on in, it's Jason Cozy gang.
Yeah.
It
Welcome to my
shows you
tiny
like
hut.
everybody's like, oh, we'll just pack the whole party in there. Like it's a little cramped. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah, the
Good news is the
realization
for fire.
Yeah. The realization that whoever created the spell did not make it large enough when you actually
Yeah.
apply artwork to
and that's
it.
why it says tiny hut.
It's
Not
made for
exactly.
gnomes
Not
and
medium hut.
halflings.
Yeah, it's not
Kobolds.
Lehman's adequate hut. It's
It's adequate.
Adequate hut.
The adequate shelter.
Adequate.
Hey, it's my hut.
Oh god.
that's a fifth
Stop
one.
judging the size of my hut, okay?
Just,
The
just be glad
stupendous
you don't get
studio.
shamed for the size of your tower.
It's the
Hey, look.
stupendous New York studio.
In New York City, that's $1 million home right there. Let's go.
Right?
That's
Just put in
fucking
some
crazy.
photos.
There's only 6 of us. It's supposed to fit 9. I'm just saying.
I
you
could not
it would just
imagine
be
that.
Very tight. Yeah.
Reminds me of that Without a Paddle episode, Without a Paddle movie, right? Without a Paddle,
Oh,
they're
God,
cold, right? And they each my mind's still a window, but my body, and they all get nice and cozy together. Such a good scene. It's so funny. All right, so we're bedding down. We're getting for a long rest. That's why here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm rather tapped after all those zombie friends.
All right, let me get everyone. Now, you do have the wolves protecting the exit. They will not be able to take a long rest if that is what you are intending for them to do. They will not
Well, I mean, I was
be able to
thinking
do that. But if that's what
In
you
shift.
in
maybe?
shifts and like their priority should be stealth and go into protection mode if somebody comes to the open.
All right, I think everyone put up. Now I'm gonna add. Gosh, so many wolves. My gosh.
We got to go back and get Claire one too.
No.
There's actually almost a few less after that fucking chain lightning.
Yeah, that felt personal.
Yep.
You guys know we're not allowed to have pets in this group. Come on now.
Give me a
What's this-
break. Are you kidding
What's
me?
this, you guys? It's just you.
Hey, I have a million pets that I can just keep
Pip,
conjuring. And
Would
that's the
you
trick.
rather take in that chain lightning?
No.
That was the only other option.
I would have had anyone else take that chain lightning besides the wolves.
I mean, I did take the chain lightning. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Gaden took the fucking first blood of it. All right, transitioning time. We're still in day here. It also is not a new day, quote unquote. So I don't think we have magical items that really impact that. I've also provided the Wolf's Arrest, given your instructions here. The Wolf's Arrest, given your instructions here, taking shifts. There's not going to be too much communication between, because the telepathic bond is going to end based on the long rest, and eventually you're going to lose contact with them in some fashion. You will have a sense as though there is not a dire need. There's no call echoing down the tunnel. There's no large sound. There's no sense of presence. We talked about that, like calling them, right? Where they can call you perhaps if there's a need. You don't feel that during a long rest. So it remains to be seen, perhaps their stealth was successful or they dealt with the threat without having to warn you that there was a problem. You've taken your long rest here, and the entire time you have not had much of a problem here. Nothing really is happening. And we kind of talk about the actual waterway, what's happening here, the sound of the water where it's moving. This water is kind of snaking its way out to the south of you. So it's going underneath you and going to the south. And you can imagine as the mound itself goes down and you're kind of going into the earth, you're going down and down and down. And this is kind of like crossing over you, if you will, and going further down into the depths. Most likely destined for a spot getting into the bay or maybe the river delta, and it could be emerging from Crepple Lake itself. Who knows? We have not encountered anything coming from the east across of this route land bridge here. The light of this magical auras and these enchantments, most likely placed by the hag to illuminate source every so often, just to give guidance for some of the plants and their growth. This could very well have been turned into a hag's lair at some stage, just simply never got there. We are at our time. I have yet to plan a makeup session with this group. I know we have a time that we need to add on. My schedule has been pretty volatile. I don't want to really tell you all some time and then all of a sudden change it on the whim. And so I'm still trying to navigate that myself. So if you all want, we could play longer to try to add some time in to make up for things. Or we can kind of call it here just because we're a little bit at a point to where we're going to get into some more stuff. But it's your call. So.
Yeah, my vote is, I mean, I have to be up kind of early for another thing tomorrow morning. So my preference is at least not tonight longer. I mean, maybe in future sessions, but
all right.
Yeah, I can go with that.
Fatigued?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I do tomorrow too.
I'm removing that right now. Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, I'm good calling it. I mean, if everybody can't continue, I got early day tomorrow too. So,
We got
it's the one time in the season because of spring break where Saturday has a game for high school.
Oh.
So,
yeah. Yeah, I usually don't have stuff early Saturday mornings. So, I mean, normally I'd be fine to go longer, but not
I
today.
would say any other Friday I'm usually good. It's just not, this game got moved from Thursday because of rain. So,
Freaking rain.
Good job tonight, though. We killed Trillia without a fucking problem.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. That blinding storm basically negated most of what you could do, I bet.
Yeah, that was pretty dope.
Michael,
Because
give
I
the-
still got hit by all sorts of shit.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Don't-
you have to be able to
But we
see
didn't
shit to
see
cast
it.
spells.
Yeah.
As
Speaking
far
of
as
that-
we know, nothing happened to you.
Michael, you said it's
Um,
not a new day, right?
It's not a new day.
That was my question.
So my wand has
So
zero.
the bow.
Correct.
So
Go ahead, Pip.
that was it. Just my bow has
So the
nothing.
wand
Or
has
my
the wand
nothing.
has 0 charges, and the bow is not recharged.
Okay.
Timey-wimey bullshit.
In other words, let's not fight the dragon yet.
I honestly was
Man.
super surprised that you decided to use the oath bow for Trillia, given your trek on the dragon. I was like, that is risky business in the marshes, given how much time it
So-
takes.
Well, so I figured that it was going to take us a longer time to get to the dragon. To be fair, I thought it'd be another couple of days.
I mean,
Given
to be
the
fair,
track.
it did take forever since we kept getting lost. It just happens forever here takes forever.
Yeah, I mean, we burned half a day wandering around in the swamp, so you're already
Yeah.
on the right track.
I tried. It's just dice rolls.
That's all good, man. It happens. It happens.
But we got to meet a moose, so it worked out.
And we
That
got
is true.
some experience farming going, right?
This time,
I get-
Donlin's pet is already dead, so he can't get it killed.
Surprised
But
Pip didn't try and
true.
tame it.
Isn't it like a spirit, like a living spirit from whatever the god's
Valaris.
name is? Valaris.
I mean,
that
either
one.
way, you probably can't get it killed.
That is fair. Fine, I'm just making friends with all the gods.
Not
That's-
the path I expected Donlin to take, honestly. That's interesting.
I wonder how Thrim's going to feel about it.
Huh?
You cheated on me, you bastard.
You will
No,
never get
that's why I
this done.
specifically said I did not give a full knee. It was just kind of a half, like, hey, I'm paying
just
respect to you.
the
Just the
fucking
tip.
tip. Just the
Just
fucking
the
tip.
tip.
Just the
That's
tip.
fucking great.
Just the
Yeah.
fucking-
Yep.
I actually, you got a good character there. Play cleric and be like a cleric where they're like, I got my main god, but you dabble in the others.
I got some side hustles here going
I
on,
got
you know.
some side. You get that Matt Mercer high noon voice, just like Caden's got his little. It's Baptist, Southern Baptist.
Televangelist.
Televangelist, yeah. All right, calculating experience points here. Let's see.
When they die and come back, does that still count as one, or we kill us?
Still
or
counts
XP farming?
as one.
It recharges their XP bar.
Yeah, recharges.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
we
not
have
bad.
3,124, put you at 73,861.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
All right. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. You can check us out next week, Fridays at 5 p.m. PST. Also, if you want to check out Little Faded tomorrow in the morning, they're finding a god. I believe that will be happening depending on their trek here or their, pathway. Anyway, so that'll be fun. God fights are always the best. TPK worthy. You can always check that out. 11 a.m. And then, of course, you could watch the Wayward Ones fumble through puzzles and
Wow.
They're
and
going to get TPK'd by a puzzle.
yeah, get trapped in some sort of dimensional space, so they can't get out. Anyways, I'll be happy to 4 p.m. for them, back to back. Thanks so much for watching, and see you later. Bye.
Michael, I hope you get your W tomorrow with the God fight. That's all I'm going to say.